We have been able to impact quite a significant number of young people through our programs. If I would reference like the M-Youth program, which was actually our very...
Just like we started when we're doing our introductions, we started by stating what random facts are. And these facts are informed from either what is a reality or what you think is a reality. We've seen them today, all the way from avocado is overrated to it's flooding in the country today to twins don't have identical fingerprints. And that's a fact. You can't run away from it. But as we start today, I would like to again remind you what essentially makes celebration of this day. And when we say celebrating, it doesn't mean that we are particularly happy. It is in the deeper definition of the word celebration that we are taking note. We are recognizing that we are paying tribute to the numbers that are a fact. And I will remind you what these numbers are. That there is a clear gender gap when it comes to ICT and ICT application in the world currently as it is. The United Nations says that even on the basic principle of ICT application, internet use, those must go hand in hand. But they're wondering why internet use is a problem to the female gender. The gap for 12.5%, they say, is huge. They say it is a bewildering that a tool that makes life possible, that makes careers grow, that is actually the driver for development of majority of nations, women still can't use it. And so when you look at the reasons as to why they give, they're talking about why majority of women are not motivated enough to get into it. They're talking about lack of mentorship. They're talking about lack of proper leadership to promote more women to get into this particular space. And so why we're here today is to have those proper conversations. We have women who've excelled in this particular area. We have women who've modeled out careers in this particular area, and they're here with us on this building today. If you have any question, if there's going to be an example, if there's going to be any other fact that you're going to pick today, is that indeed, even as we recognize the challenges that are in this particular space, yes, there are examples of when it works good. Again, I want to welcome you to the International Girls in ICT Day 2024. We are at the EmpServe Social Innovation Hub in Pangani. Today, we talk about women in ICT, inspiring leadership and impact. My name is Simba Elijah Charles Kiage. Let's get part then into this particular event. Now, within us are success stories that we want to listen to. Stories of women who've essentially embraced this particular area and are successful. So at this particular time, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome onto the stage Violeta Mudeu Keselo, who's going to start to tell you exactly what a success story has been in this particular journey for ICT. EmpServe alumni success stories. Those ladies are going to stand here and tell you it is possible. Violeta, come onto the stage. You essentially have 15 minutes to inspire all the ladies who are watching and listening you today. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Violeta Mudeu. I am a cohort 9 graduate at W4 Empower and Serve Kenya, and I'm happy to see you all this morning. You feel free. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this great opportunity. And I begin to say that people begin to become successful the minute they decide to be. Unless you decide to be or to make the right decision and choices in life, no one can do it for you. You must predict the future and you must learn to act deliberately to control your destiny. My story to be at EmpServe Kenya, it's a long story. I was just an ordinary girl at the streets, and then I had that there is this opportunity to learn more about ICT, and I came in for the orientation, and I was so lucky to be amongst the 20 girls who were to learn here at this particular space that you are seated on. And I am so much grateful that, as we all know, that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. I began my journey and I was so much into it. I wanted to learn, I wanted to know what's this ICT. I'm telling you, nikikuja hapa mimi sikuwa najua hata kuwakisha kompyuta. And nakumbuka vizuri sana nilikuwa na kiti number 1. I was the one with the laptop number 1. And it was amazing from the beginning. Kujua kuwakisha comp, kujua cooperate a computer. It was a great exposure for me. Sikuwa nishaiona kitu kama hiyo kwa maisha yangu. Yeah? And I'm so much grateful that nilitia bidii, and after 4 months I graduated having the basic and advanced IT skills and social and entrepreneurship skills. I'm so much grateful for the mentors who mentored me, for the teachers that they made me become who I am today. Through all that journey, I've been able to learn more skills. I've been able to advance and shape my career path. Right now, I'm running a mentorship program for teenagers and youths aged 15 to 24 years. And that was after I came to EmpServe Kenya. That's when I got all this knowledge from. That's when I got all this empowerment from. And right now, I'm a valuable person in my community. I am working with different organizations as a volunteer. One is known as Viwandani Comprehensive Community Organization. That's where I do the mentorship program, and my mentorship program is known as Safe and Secure Mentorship Program. Safe and Secure deals with the teens, both boys and girls, age from 13 to 24 years. In addition, I'm also looking forward to doing more in Adobe InDesign, as I have the interest and the passion in designing magazines. So, to every girl, to every woman here today, it's never too late. You can chase your dreams the moment you decide to. The moment you make the decision that I am gonna do this and I want to do it. When you get the opportunity, use that opportunity to make an impact for yourself and for others. today, as we gather here to celebrate the International Day of Girls in IT, as we look around, we see the faces of trailblazers, innovators, and leaders who have defied expectations, shattered glass ceilings, and paved the way for future generations, like the EmpServe Kenya. If it were not for the EmpServe Kenya, I don't know where I could be today. I don't know what I could be doing today. But with all that empowerment, with all what they fought for, to empower women, to empower girls, to empower me, I have done a lot for the community. And I am proud to say this, that it's a wonderful experience to be an empowered woman. To all the IT girls here, I want you to know that you belong in this space. You belong at the forefront of technological advancements, driving innovation and shaping the future of our digital world. Your skills, your passion, and your unique perspective are invaluable assets to the IT industry. As we continue to strive for gender equality in the tech industry, let us remember that diversity is not just a buzzword, it's a strength. When we embrace different perspectives, experiences, and ideas, we unlock endless possibilities for innovation and growth. So, this comes to you, all the IT girls. I urge you to seize every opportunity, chase your dreams with unwavering determination, and never doubt the incredible impacts you can make in the world of technology. Together, let us build a future where every girl, regardless of her background or circumstance, knows that she belongs in IT. Let us empower, inspire, and uplift one another as we shape a brighter and more inclusive tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Here's the thing. I'm going to teach you something new today in our club. Later, don't go. Just come here. Thank you very much. So I'm going to teach you a different way of clapping today. It's a very special day. It's International Girls in ICT Day. We're not going to clap like we're clapping for politician. All right? No. So after each speaker, we go 1, 1, 2. We leave it there. Okay? Because they're going to come back. All right? Good. So what I mean is 1, 1, 2. We leave it there. Okay? All right. You guys are ready? Good. All right. Here we go. 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much, Belisa. That's it. Now, before the next speaker, guys, I'm not important in this function, but I got a story for you. It comes in bits. I'm going to tell it backwards. Starts like this. Ends like this. Sorry. Ends like this. So, they stopped calling them chairwomen, chairmen, started calling them chairperson. So, from that day henceforth, they stopped calling them woman doctor, woman engineer, actress. Call them doctor, engineer, actor. I'll tell it backwards, okay? I'm not important on this event, but just it's a special story about a certain girl somewhere who impacted titles today as we do know them. Ooh, right. Now, next story comes from another success story. That's a better better story. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I want to introduce to you to this stage Mercy Wambui, who's also going to come in and give a success story right on this stage. Just like we said, we do it 1, 1, 2, isn't it? All right, here we go. We do it 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. 1, 1, 2. Mercy, take over.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercy Muthoni. Those working here know me as Bithanga. I am so honored to be here today, and I thank God and I thank all of you for this chance. As I stand here, I remember the 18-year-old girl that came in 2 years ago. It was, 2 years ago at this hub. She didn't know anything about computers or the internet. She didn't know how to speak in front of people. She was so fearful. She was afraid of making friends. She was such a weird introvert. But seeing myself standing here today, I really, you can all see what EmpServe has done to me. So when I came here, I come from Dandora, and I had just finished my Form 4. I got a B-, but due to financial reasons, I couldn't be enrolled at university. I was called in the University of Moi University Eldoret, but I couldn't manage to go. So I was just seated at home, not knowing what to do. My mom was looking for jobs everywhere so that I can do them. But due to my fearful nature, some jobs weren't really ideal for me. So hata angepata kazi yoyote, alikuwa anaogopa kuniletea. Sababu she was like, huyu ataenda ongeleshwe, akuje akilia. So a friend, I was enrolled at a beauty school, just in Kariobangi North, kwa salon. So that was the worst because I didn't really get clients. You had to get clients so that you can learn. So in short, I never really learned anything because due to my fearful nature again, I couldn't get clients. So a friend of mine told me about EmpServe, and they told me that it is an organization that teaches young girls about ICT, and I got really interested. Because it was, it was better than beauty and the things that I didn't understand. So I came here, did an orientation, and I got in. And that's how I started learning. So slowly by slowly, my confidence was boosted. They taught me how to stand in front of people. I really did a lot of presentations those days. When I came here, I also didn't know how to even open a laptop. I remember the day that I was given that laptop, niliweka upside down. And tisha akanichekelea. Nikachekelewa na everyone because I guess watu huko walikuwa wanajua kutumia. Mi nilikuwa nimeiweka na shindwa mbona haifunguki, kwa nini iko upside down. So nilifunzwa hadi kufunga charger, as in nilikuwa tu ni kama nimetoka kwa shamba huko. But I thank God I learned. Nilifunzwa basic and advanced ICT, nikafunzwa kutengeneza website, ndio maana naitwa Bithanga. Nikafunzwa kusimama mbele ya watu. I was also taught entrepreneurship, and I got really interested in entrepreneurship. So hiyo ndo sector I continued with, but kidogo nilidrift nikaenda na ICT kidogo. So I ventured into animation, and I ventured also into social entrepreneurship more, so I got to learn more. So as I stand here, in roughly 2 months, I'll be a CEO at a company called Mind Heaven. And
round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I also work at a company called Vanguard Business Informatics as a sales executive. So my role there is to sell the we deal with business intelligence solutions for law firms. So we've designed, they have designed a platform that aids in documentation and legal research in law firms. So my main role is to just introduce the platform to lawyers and to sell the platform to them. So I really, if it weren't for EmpServe, I could still be waiting for a job. I could still be fearful. I am an introvert, yes, but now I have the confidence to stand and address a crowd. Now I have the confidence to think ahead of my life, because back there, people know that girls umalize shule, upas, upigiwe makofi, ubebwe, alafu kisha maliza kubebwa urudi home. Those who will be lucky to go to university will go, and then you come back home and wait, and ukae kwa nyumba bwanako kukujie kwenu. That's an honor. Bwanako kukujie kwenu kwa nyumba, akulipie mahari, and then you go. So I'm really grateful for this new revolution that is coming. Yes, tutatolewa kwetu. Yes, but tutatolewa kwetu tukiwa empowered. Nimetoka home kwenye many girls get married, but marriage to us is really painful, according to what we've seen, because the women who venture into marriage are not really empowered. So I think, no offense at all, the men think they are superior or something, so kudidimizwa is easier. But when you go as an empowered woman, with you also bringing something to the table, I think utapatiwa the respect that we really want to be accorded. And then when you're an empowered lady, there are many opportunities for you to venture in. So I really thank God, and I really thank the EmpServe fraternity for this opportunity. It has been an amazing journey. I have learned a lot from the webinars that we've had online, to the meetings that we've gone outside like Radisson Blue, and those that we've had here. So I really thank them so much for this opportunity, and I pray that you continue growing and growing so that you can empower more and more girls. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you much. All right, Marcy, you gotta be there. We don't clap until we do it the right way. Thank you very much. Guess what? We're gonna keep on growing as we go by, isn't it? So it's quite simple. 1, 1, 2. Let's start. 1, 1, 2. Thank you. So the story that I was telling you, Marcy, thank you very much. So the story that I was telling you, remember we started from that days to the top, calling them women doctors, women engineers. So the plane is coming down. They created a very big computer. Back then, computers were analog. It was quite huge. You gotta listen to it backwards, okay? And in the entire room, there's only one woman at the back of this engineering department. The plane is coming down. And all these men who've been working on this computer just didn't know the right code to get into this plane, because it is coming down. So what do we tell the pilot? What does he do to steer this particular plane? Guess what? At the back of the room, she was right there and she could see it. She could see it. She had the answer. She tried to raise her hand. They couldn't see her, because back then a woman was not visible among men. Back then, even the Bible was written with one language: men. That even when God was feeding his disciples, it is the 12 disciples and 5,000 men, isn't it? But how could she be seen then? The story continues. Remember, backwards. Good. So at this particular point, I want us to change the gear then, ladies and gentlemen, into an interesting chapter now on this particular day. Within us, we have now people quite experienced in this particular space. They've been here. They've seen exactly how to grow. They've seen exactly what the benefits of being in the ICT department as a woman is. At this particular point, I want to introduce to you to what we are talking about as inspirational talks of women in tech. Now, if you're watching and listening, then this is what they normally call from the horse's mouth. So can we listen as a woman, if you're thinking of getting into this particular space, what is awaiting you? And what do you need to do then to be in the right steps of also making it in this particular area? At this point then, let me introduce to the stage one, Damaris Mabea from Aminia Dada. Ladies and gentlemen, just like we do it, it is 1, 1, 2, but now 3, okay? Because we are climbing the ladder. All right, Damaris, I'm waiting for you so that you can come get your welcome clap before we start this particular chapter, isn't it? So I'm going to tell you how we go it. 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay, good. Let's do this. 1, 1, 2, 1. Somebody messed it.
Thank you so much, MC. And okay, Martin. So how do we do this? Can I get 2 girls volunteers, please? 2 volunteers.
We know your names. We're going to start calling them.
2 volunteers.
Mumbi, Joyce.
Thank you. Another one. Okay. What's your name? Okay, so Esther and Nelly, I want to ask you, tell me something about yourself in terms of which specific SDG has influenced you. Thank you.
Okay, hi. My name is Esther Adhiambo. I'll start with the SDG. I normally advocate for gender equality and gender equity. What I normally do, I advocate for empowering women in such spaces, but now that comes to the society. When I'm nervous. Yeah, I'm nervous.
Relax. It's a conversation. It's not an interview. So just relax.
Yes, I was nervous. Okay, my name is Esther Adhiambo Ojwang. I come from Canada Mother Education Trust, as you can see, and I'm one of the scholars there, and I'm also a Wezesha Kike champion. The SDGs that I'm fighting for is for gender equality and gender equity. The reason why I'm doing that is because in our organization, once a girl finishes high school, and you notice that back then our organization, we were not organization. We normally do scholarship for both boys and girls. Let me start by there. We do scholarship for both boys and girls. Now, if you've qualified to be part of those who have been picked to undergo through the high school scholarship and the university, we'll find that when our girls finishes high school, most of them do not come back to give back, simply because they feel like they've failed in exam, because KCPE and KCSE normally gives us that feeling when you've not really passed well. And when you look at the male counterpart, you find that male are doing so good when it comes to KCSE. So most of them used to go to university, and ladies, you find that they were not passing. So they came up with Wezesha Kike to empower the ladies, because we normally have the holiday programs. And I find that during the holiday programs, men were the ones who are always active. And when it comes to female, they were just dormant, or even they don't come to give back. So they came up with Wezesha Kike to try and bridge the gap that has been there, to try and empower the ladies, to try and emphasize that even though you've not passed your KCSE, you can still do something in life. So they brought the ladies on board through the Wezesha Kike program, which I'm also there. And what we do is we advocate for gender mainstreaming. What are some of the barriers that are making us ladies not to pursue in maybe our career paths? What are some of the things that the society are doing that are making us not to maneuver in in life, because you find that during the holiday program in our organization, one thing that we normally do, you find that when they set time that every scholar has to be there by 8, you find that most females are not there. So when they came up with Wezesha Kike was just to try and find what are some of the reasons that are making our ladies not to be here on time. And we noticed that we women are being encompassed with maybe house chores at home. So being there on time, it becomes a little bit tricky for us. So we came up with the Wezesha Kike to try and bridge the gap, as I had said, where we try to educate both men and women on the importance of co-sharing, especially when it comes to house chores. Before, you'll notice that most men were the one who are passing in KCP and KCSE. So when now Wezesha Kike came through, we tried to at least educate our scholars and the community on the importance of equality on both boys and girls. Yes, that's all. Thank you.
Wow. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Esther, please take your seat. Now, Nelly, please share with us which SDG inspires you the most and tell us about it. Thank you.
Hi. So to me, I'll just speak in Kiswahili. That's the only language I'm easy to talk to. So my name is Nelly Mombi Muthoni or Raweru. My SDG is the same as hers, gender equality and zero hunger. Since naishi Pangani, so watu wengi nikiambia watu naishi Pangani, they think I live in a big house. But actually, I live in a slum located in Pangani. So most people think that people who live in a slum or in a Pangani, they are just, sorry, I'm nervous. So I work with the Pangani County. So we organize like each and every year, the end of the year, tunapatia chakula, watu wanaleta ongo chakula kwa kijiji, and every member of a house is given an amount of food, and every sandalezaje kila mahali kwa teme geto yote kwa Pangani inasaidia, inapatiana. So na kila time watoto wanafunga shule wanaenda kwa program inawasaidia, apart from wasikae kwa nyumba sana ama wasijihusisha na vitu zingine, wanapeleka huko wanasomeshwa everything they need to know, so they keep their mind occupied. So kwa gender equality, I still work with the Pangani County. Like kuna time Jago before atoke kwa kiti alikuwa tupatianga poster, so tunazungusha poster, unaenda unasainisha shule, either a guy or a girl. So ilisaidia watu kutoa vijana kwa streets. So watu wengi walisoma things they never knew. Wengi wakasoma, others are santa. Mostly zilienda sana. They're like chef, plumbing. Walipatiwa a chance to go and work with the bigger companies, and they were all given something in return after they studied. And hapo kwa gender equality, I have experience since I was raised by my grandma. She's like, she follows each and every culture enye ashaijua na ashaipatiwa na wazazi wake, so she kind of passes them to me. Akiniambia ati wasichana wanafaa kufanya hivi, wasichana wanafaa kufanya hivi. So I'm trying to enhance her, bado namfundisha nikimwambia times are changing, and kasa hii nimwambia kuna wanawake wengi sana, they do things that they want, not the things that they are told to be doing. So ile kuolewa mapema sana, ambiaga shoshangu, that's a thing sitaifanya sana, ambiaga goje nitolewa nikiwa miaka 40 ama 30. So anaonanga nikana nampatia jokes, but it's not a joke. So nikimwambia staki, anaonanga hapana, unafaa kuolewa sasa hivi by now. Nikamwambia bado mimi ni mtoto, I still have to study. I know I'm not a kid since niko karibu ku turn 25. So it's kind of hard for her to see me, since the things my mom went through atakangi watu wengine wapitie, and she's trying to like put us in the same road that she went to, but tunamwambia the roads are changing. So the way I'm changing, I'm trying to tell her other changes are better and other changes are not. So So me helping other people know that culture ya kitambo ikuwa like ile strong. I know it was strong, but at least we are changing for the better. So nikimwambia hivyo naona ni joke, so but you know we are women, and you know men sometimes just think that we're just women, but we're not just women. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Nelly. So thank you. Back to you. What is SDG number on zero hunger? 1? Are you sure? No? There's someone who's saying no. Zero hunger is SDG? Thank you. 1 is no? Thank you. What's your name? The lady who just responded to that. Yes. Whitney. Thank you, Whitney. I'll come back to that. So, this is SDG 2. And the reason why I wanted to have this background is, someone else, Whitney, maybe tell me. You said SDG 1. Can I write that? So, no poverty. I think we can start with these 3, then we progress. So personally for me, as Damaris, the SDGs really influenced my life. And I don't know if you know about the SMART SDGs, do you? Does anyone know about that? SMART SDGs. Anybody from the... You know, this is not a class. It's not an interview. It's a session where we are conversing. SMART SDGs, somebody? Any volunteer to tell me what they are? Whitney, now that I know your name. Do you want to try? Try. What does it mean? SMART. What is SMART? Esther, what is SMART? What is SMART? We are in a technological era. What is SMART? Yes, please try.
Okay, according to me, how I define SMART, I normally break it down by specific, measurable, yes. So according to me, SMART has to be something that you are more specific with. It can be easily achievable, something that you can measure, yes, with the impact.
Thank you. Someone else? Now I've come to the crowd and we'll start with Whitney. Then the rest.
For me, SMART is all about technology, how the technology is evolving.
Perfect. There you go. So you had the answer, then you wanted to pass the mic. So SMART SDGs is literally how do we inculcate tech into the sustainable development goals. And so on SDG 1, what does that look like for you? No poverty. You know, we can actually break it down like this. Si kuna kwanga na watu wenye they are poor in thoughts. Hawana ideas, ndo hana clue, hakuna kitu anashikanisha, kila kitu tu is zero. So that person could be rich, they're having money, but they are poor in ideas. Kweli rongo? Yeah. What else would you classify as poverty of ideas, yeah? Which other form of poverty do you know? Financial? Yes. Which other one? I'm sorry, I never talk to myself. I interact with whoever we are talking. So itabidi tuzoeane. Any other idea in terms of... Yes.
Time poverty. It's a very big problem for young people.
Thank you so much. And the ladies, if you take the mic, you please start with your name.
My name is Doreen. Maybe no platforms. Yeah.
Platform. Then we have time poverty. Yeah. Please, what's your name?
Doreen.
Doreen. Okay, thank you. Please pass the mic, Doreen. Someone else? I want to go with at least 15 names nikitoko huku leo. So far I think niko number 4. Someone else, please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Joyce Okanda.
Yeah.
Not Joyce. We are two Joyce.
Okay. Yeah. So we call you Mukanda.
Okanda.
Okanda. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So mine is poverty of etiquette.
Etiquette.
Etiquette, manners.
Otoona courtesy. Okay. Perfect. So that is under no poverty. In terms of zero hunger, any ideas in terms of what tech can do here in terms of zero hunger? We are brainstorming. We're just brainstorming. It's a conversation you're having. Any idea you have? How can we limit? Yes, there's a hand up.
So for zero hunger, I think in terms of agriculture,
Yeah.
if we can improve food production,
Yeah.
we can ensure that people don't go hungry and that things like drought do not affect citizens to an extent where they go hungry.
Itabidi umwongelesha Sakaja polepole akisikia disasters and things like drought atasema you're targeting flooding, you know. Anyway, thank you so much. Your name?
Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other idea in terms of using tech to reduce hunger levels in the country? Where's the mic? Where's the roving mic? You can start, then you pass.
Okay, my name is Mercy Msenya. Ways in which you can solve zero hunger by technology is by mobile apps for farmers, whereby they can forecast the weather and know if there will be sun, there will be rain. Yeah, that's my idea.
Thank you very much. Your who? Your name is Mercy. Thank you, Mercy. Beuli. Your name is Mercy as well. Yes, Mercy.
You can call me Muthoni.
Okay.
So the other one we can say we can incorporate smart farming methods because due to the changes in climate, we are really not sure when to plant because it can be sunny or rainy. So we can use smart farming methods so that we will not lack food in the country.
Thank you so much. Can we proceed to the next suggestion on SDG 2? Any more thoughts in the room? I don't want to lock anybody out. There's a hand up. Please pass the mic.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rose Kilele. For zero hunger, I think a lot of times you make the mistake to think that there is no food, and yet food is available. So for me, I'm thinking in terms of the logistics, so that you're able to know where the food is and then move it where it is needed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else on SDG 2? Yes, please.
Promoting nutrition programs in schools and community centers.
Thank you. Your name is Beata. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Gladys, and I'm thinking about value addition.
Okay, value addition, huh? Okay. So please expound on that. I don't want to complete your thought process. I want to allow you complete your thought process. Then we build up on that.
It's adding value to the natural food. Like if you have milk, you make it yogurt. You make cheese from what you already have as an original product. So you add value so that it can be, you make more money and make it more durable.
Thank you. I think what you're talking about is maybe what we can. Has anybody had an experience with the dried fruits? What do you guys think about dried fruits? Yeah, they're yummy. Nzambi saying they're yummy. Anyone else who thinks the same? Yes. Our good lady. Oh, thank you. Wow, I had a nice volunteer. Thank you.
One of the things about dry fruits is storage. It's not perishable.
Yeah.
I think it also earns us quite a bit of money on the agric side. So in terms of us processing and exporting, it is a growth area.
Okay. Thank you. Any other suggestion we have on either of these? But basically, we can start with SDG 2 and SDG 1. Any other thoughts? Zambi has.
I'm thinking on zero hunger, we could leverage tech in the sense, use it for information. So some people have the land, but I don't know what to farm because I don't know what is required and what's going to grow best there. So I think leveraging tech for information and learning, that would be very useful.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Or we can brainstorm on this as we proceed. Yeah? Are we on the same page? Thank you. So I think we can start with SDG 1, no poverty. So in terms of ideas, yeah? Si tulisema tunaanza with someone who does not have an idea. If someone does not have an idea, iko feedback atakupatia kweli na hana clue. What do you expect from this person as an output? Nothing, right? So this shows you the first step of this is the information, right? For such a person, how do you encourage someone who doesn't have an idea? You start by first giving them information. Or there's a step I've jumped. Yeah? So it's by giving them the information like, guys, we have a hub. It's called EmpServe. It's located at such and such a place, yeah? How else would you encourage someone who does not have an idea? Apart from giving the information, how do you build up on that? Vuta antenna, vuta antenna. Vuta antenna. Hii class ni noma, vuta antenna. You know? Please pass the mic. Thank you. You start by your name.
My name is Doreen. I think you can, like for example now, you can make use of social media. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So we start first by the information, then we start also by the, in terms of, no, let me not write access. Where's the, let's call that opportunities, right? If someone is not on social media, even if you tell them about social media, ata connect hizo dots. Hata I connect, sindo? Whitney is like, yeah? They'll never connect. So you encouraging someone to come to a platform, you have to ensure they have access to that platform, right? Yes. Then the third, we come now to, see, we've exhausted in terms of poverty for ideas. Huh? Ama, there's something else I've missed out? Yes, please.
I still feel you can advise the person to do more research.
Okay. So where do I place research? Information or opportunities? Thank you. Okay, so we go to financial poverty. If someone is poor financially, how do you start empowering that person? Yes. We can start by the person who hasn't spoken. Who hasn't spoken and the hand is up? Fair game, fair game, fair game, fair game. The rest will also speak, but let's start with someone who hasn't spoken. The second lady beside you. Yes.
You can borrow them some loan for them to start a desired business.
Okay. So you agree in terms of financial, you need resources, right? What's your name? You didn't.
I'm Edith Ondek.
Who?
Edith Ondek.
Edith. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Edith.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So financial, we agree. Resources, we agree in terms of loaning. do you know what it takes for women and girls to get a loan from the Kenyan banking system? Is it easy? Huh? Is that gap divided or it's still very broad? Do you know what it takes for a woman to even access a small microfinance bank in Kenya? How many documents do you think you might need? 2, 3, more than 5? It's crazy, yeah? They might want you to even bring a title deed that you do not have access to. Because who keeps the title deeds in Kenya in our families? Yes. So resources, loaning, we can have a good conversation there in terms of microfinancing institutions. Then we talked about poverty of platforms. So for me, platform is also back to the suggestion we got on social media, right? Platforms like social media. Then time poverty. Time poverty is a huge issue that we can speak on. Specifically when you're targeting women, we can look at time poverty by women who are working at home in the care economy. Do they get paid? Do they get reimbursed? Is their work even considered as adding value to the GDP? Where is it recognized? Nowhere, right? Yes, time poverty. And I love this because it was brought up by a gentleman. Thank you so much, Steve, for acknowledging that, yes, time poverty is an actual issue in terms of poverty for women and girls in this generation. Then etiquette, courtesy, manners. So here we can look at basic etiquette and courtesy. How do people behave online? Uko kwa X, matrolls, rada uko inakuagaje? Yeah? So etiquette, how do we talk to each other online? How do we behave? How do we troll a lady who's made a mistake and she's in the public office? How do we bring other people down? Is that an issue or it's not an issue? Is that an area that can be covered by cybersecurity? Yeah? What other area can be covered here? We have a suggestion, please.
In etiquette, there is the disability etiquette, how you relate with a person with disability, and how you relay your information as you spread information to other people. You ensure that it's respectful and it's inclusive. And also the financial resources, I think one of them is, to start with, would be changing mindset about finances. I think that would be a good one.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So in terms of financial, we can look on the mindset, yeah? Then in terms of the disability, thank you very much for raising that up. Do we develop tech-based solutions while thinking about persons with disability, or we just develop, then think about it later as an addition, as a footnote? Please, Jebet.
Actually, we think about it later, but I think the most critical thing we need to look at with persons with disabilities is assumptions we make. We make assumptions that even when we are putting up any sort of infrastructure, we just make assumptions that they'll just jump on board. It's even the financing, as she says, we make us up. We don't even think we need to set aside something for them. So in infrastructure, we assume you do buildings, you don't think about it. You build roads, you don't think about it. You make cars, you don't think about it. You create programs of any kind, whether it's in ICT, you don't think about them. I mean, I remember sitting in a forum where a deaf person was speaking to us, and then we clapped, and she said, "I know you're clapping, but that is not how we clap. This is how we clap." But, it's an assumption, because she was like, "I can't hear you." Yeah? The other thing I wanted to, one other point on etiquette, culture.
Yeah.
respecting people's culture. And respecting people's culture requires knowledge. You go to somebody's burial ceremony and you're shocked that they dance and sing instead of crying. But that is their culture. You go to another culture where they keep the body for 6 months because they want everybody who's everywhere in the world to get ready to come. We think that's madness. But we need to respect people's cultures in everything that they do. And that is part of etiquette. You don't start to say, you don't start to be derogatory towards them.
Thank you very much. So, because our time is getting shorter and shorter, please, Anne, chip in.
I wanted to add on the etiquette bit and tied to the cybersecurity. It's very important for us to teach our young ladies how to, what information are you sharing? To what extent are you giving out too much of who you are, what you're doing, what you have, just protecting that little space of yours. And it also comes with a safe space that prevents you from being trolled upon on the social media. Because again, we have people who have advanced, and I think just last week I read that when you're taking the selfies and the photos, we avoid displaying our fingerprints because there are people now who are very quick to pick up the fingerprints and they can just go and do, amazing. They're amazing, but in the wrong way, because they'll steal your identity. They get into your bank details, and the next minute you have no money, your identity has been changed, and you probably even are implicated in crime scenes and all that. So it also ties to the etiquette.
Thank you very much. Rose, please chip in. Thank you.
Let me just add one more on the etiquette. How many of us know Rihanna? All of us know Rihanna. So Rihanna has actually said she regrets some of the pictures and some of the clothes she wore in her younger days now that she's a mother and she's bringing up children in her home. So that also goes down to etiquette. Actually, I prefer we use the word culture because culture goes back to our mannerisms. It goes back to what Sheila was talking about. So culture, I think, captures all that. Etiquette is how we treat each other, courtesy, behaviors, and all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we know that there's actually a clause that is the right to be forgotten? There's actually that. It exists. For example, if Rihanna, if she wants to actually take down everything about her past, she can actually do it, Even her music, she can actually do it. It's a right to be forgotten. It's under the data protection laws and policies. And what that means is that you have a right to be cleared from whoever persona you are in the past. And if that is not what you represent anymore, you can follow due process and get that. So we can check that out. It's called the right to be forgotten. Because our time is getting limited, I want us to at least brainstorm on the SMART SDGs, which was entirely what all this was about. And then we see how we do, how we build and scale up. So in terms of digital transformation, this is how you map out. I just want us to go through the points we've all shared together. Sorry, my handwriting inakaa venye inataka. Inaenda ikienda, lakini see we get it. Yeah? So, I can just highlight a few. In terms of forecast, how many of us have done the EmpServe mapathons and hackathons? This cohort hasn't done it yet. Trust me, you will get there. It's part of the training. And I can tell you Paris and Beatrice and Martin have that lined up for you guys. So you will get through to the level where you're pitching and you're having the mapathon and the hackathons. What that means is if you're interested, say, in things like, let me just write that, mapathons and hackathons. So you can start by building your solutions for your suggestions on SDG 2 in terms of hunger, in terms of smart farming, food production. How do you limit natural disasters? How do you ensure that nutrition is factored in, that is accessible within a certain geographical location? You can actually bounce that idea, and it can be taken up for incubation through this hub. Then in terms of SDG 1, which is time poverty, I mean, this is an entire program we've written right here. Because if you look at information, the lack of ideas in terms of information and opportunities, there what we are talking about is, let's all say it, the famous A word, access. Then how do we build up on access? After ensuring the access gap is bridged, what do you go to? Financial. Financial means that now this person has now been invited, and they know about the social media space, they know about the tech space, and then they are getting adopted into the space to understand how they can get, how they can get what, how they can get resources. Apo sawa ama? Are we still together? If your neighbor is dozing off, punch them. Pinch them. Okay, so then in terms of the platform, that's what you're talking about. Then in terms of time poverty, how do you ensure that you are not time poor? I think I can have a gift for the person who gets this. Yes, Steve.
The easiest is, okay, usually we use the word time management, but you can't manage time. Because time is running, time is tickling, and so the day is allocated to 24 hours. As you speak, time is running. So how do you manage yourself? So instead of thinking about time management, you think about self-management. Self-management. Take a look into your day. Take your personal time use for the day. How much time do you use to take a shower? How much time do you use to do makeup? How much time do you use? How much time do you use to be on TikTok, on Instagram? How much time do you use to cook? How much time do you use to fetch water? How can you manage yourself within your time use to fit in the 24 hours? That way you're able to save time to read. That way you're able to save time to research. That way you're able to save time to network. That way you're able to get time to educate yourself.
Thank you so much. To educate yourself, right there. To educate yourself. What does that mean? Can I please get an extra 5 minutes? My time is up. Would you lobby for me to get? Martin is like, Mabea toka. Please, can I ask we just finalize this? Okay. How many minutes should I get? Please suggest. A democratic space. How many? In unison, say. Thank you. So, Steve is talking about, Steve left it where? In terms of building. Time in terms of educating yourself. Educating yourself, what does that mean? Value. Right? So here we are getting now to value addition. Yeah? So sunaona pole pole, the graph is moving. Okay, it's not I'm sorry, it's not a graph that we can, but like it's descending, but like what we mean is we are getting there. Think of it's actually descending, but picture it in your mind as an ascension, right? So we are moving from access gap to the adoption gap, and slowly now you're building yourself, right? You're educating yourself, you're building yourself, like how you guys chose to be here today, and you came for this because you knew it would add value to you, right? So would you consider this as time well spent? Thank you. So that is value addition. So pole pole, you're moving from this graph of being a disempowered, disenfranchised girl to now moving to the level where you're now building yourself and you're building your skills. Now, what is the next point? After this, after you've added value to yourself, you've skilled yourself, and you're now at a point where you're confident about what you have, you're confident about yourself, you're confident that what you have can make a, can make a change in the world. what does the future look like? What does the future look like? Here, I would expect everybody's hands to be up. Yeah. Yeah. What does the future look like? We are now in this. What does the future look like?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Elizabeth.
Yes, Elizabeth.
So after you've educated yourself and gained skills, and you've added value to yourself, you're at a higher place to get to be employed and to get jobs, or to attract clients in whatever skill that you've gained for. So you're at a higher employability rate and at a better position than you were before without education and the skills.
Thank you very much. I think she deserves a round, a clap, yeah? So there, she talked about the employability. Okay, let me just say this is the... So once you talk about value addition, so you're getting to the transformation. The transformation, as I've tried to to draw a graph. So just take it as it is. So in terms of the transformation, here we can talk about the employability. If you're an entrepreneur at this level, you already are confident in what you're building, right? See, at this level, utakume brainstorm, you've had those solutions, you've built them, you've prototyped them, you have tested them, some have failed, some have worked. See, now you know your strengths, you can measure yourself. Yeah? Is it just me or we are in agreement? Yeah. Yeah. So also here we can say about solutions design. Yeah. As an entrepreneur. So here is entrepreneur role. So, do you think by just these two SDGs, we would have done justice to SDG 5 and SDG 10, if I may mention it? What is SDG 10? Quickly. Remember, we are living on borrowed time. What is SDG 10? Anybody, volunteer, quickly. Yes, please. Esther. Thank you. SDG 10 is reduced inequalities. So just by mapping out these two, do you think we would have done justice to SDG 5 in terms of gender equality and SDG 2 in terms of reduced inequalities or not? Yeah? So can we say this is actually possible? Can we agree that this is our next assignment? Can we make a promise that this is what we will want to do? I wish we had time. We would have taken, all through all the SDGs from the girls that you're passionate about. How many do we have SDGs? 17, yes. So your next assignment, because I'm a teacher like that. So we have 17 SDGs. Your next assignment is read through the SDGs, sit down with a blank piece of paper and brainstorm about all of them, whatever idea you have. Then think through how you can use tech to make that possible. And I'm telling you, you'll have a very beautiful solution and you'll have a very beautiful story to tell. Thank you very much. And my name is Damaris Mabea. Bye.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Here's the thing. It is 1, 1, 2, 1. All right. Good. Damaris, you got to receive the clap. Thank you very much. All right. Here we go. 1, 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Guess what? We have 20 minutes just before we go for our first break. And I want to invite the next speaker. We're just going to take exactly 20 minutes before we go for our tiny breather. But here's the thing then. House rules for our lavatories. You have to get outside through the door just behind you and then turn right. Walk all the way to the other end. Then from there, you're going to meet our laboratories. All right. Thank you very much. I will put a pause to my story because right now we have to stick in it. And I will say this. So when they couldn't find a solution, they all looked back. Remember telling it back, isn't it? So it stands there now. All right. Next on stage, I want to introduce to you Linda Gichahi from Keynote, so we can actually get to also listen to what it is. She has exactly 20 minutes to go through this. Again, they're in the spot for 3, isn't it? All right. So at this point then, let's go. 1, 1, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How you doing? How you feeling? My name is Linda Gichohi. I work under the Legal and Programs Department at Kenya ICT Action Network. I'm a lawyer by profession, but I also say I'm a legal tech by definition. And I'm going to tell you more about it later on. So before I start, I think I will want to hear a little bit from you guys. Why are you passionate about ICT? Where do you think the future of tech will be from where we are today?
Oh, hello, I'm Elizabeth. I've grown very passionate about ICT from last year. So I've always been interested in knowing what it involves. And when I began, I started with wanting to know more about digital marketing. But as I got into EmpServe, I realized that it's broad. And so I'm very passionate about learning and self-growth. And I'm interested to know what is out there in cybersecurity and AI and all that. And the way the world is transforming, every organization requires ICT and IT. So it's something that really, there's no chance in failure once you get into it. So for me, that really encourages me. And the fact that this organization empowers women is something that I'm also very passionate about, women empowerment. So I love that, and I love also to be able to encourage other women to get into IT and to be confident in their skills. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person? Why are you passionate about ICT? And where do you think the future of tech will be? I've gotten a few points: AI, cybersecurity. Anything else with tech? I need 2 more.
Okay. Why I'm passionate about ICT is I think ICT is a very big platform that allows people to express themselves freely and gives them an opportunity to become whatever they envision themselves to be. The future of tech, oh my God, is promising. Yeah, because sorry. Every industry is basically trying to incorporate tech in all that they are doing. So if you're not tech literate right now, you are in a wrong way and you will suffer in the end.
Yes, thank you so much. Any other person?
Hi, everyone. I'm Joyce Irungu. Sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm Joyce Irungu. So for the future of tech, you're going to need it in every day. You need it to collect data, you need it to analyze data, you need it for research, and actually give an output and advise people and create awareness on different issues that are arising every day. We need it for cybersecurity. So I believe why I'm passionate about tech is because when I got myself in the job market, I found that it is a very interesting skill to have, having it was an advantage for me. So I do enjoy having a computer. I've never actually gone to any school to learn about how to use a computer. So I'm passionate about it. I do enjoy learning about new things, how to use different apps and everything. So that is for me. Thank you.
Nice, thank you. You talked about data. Data. How many people Google? Everyone, right? How many people think the future is tech? Yeah. So I'm going to tell you more about Kenya ICT Action Network before I delve further. So the Kenya ICT Action Network is a multi-stakeholder think tank for people and institutions in ICT policy and regulation. So basically we do public participation, we look at some of the legislations that deal with tech. Then we also have programs under that. We have the gender program, we have digital accessibility program, we have community networks, all these surrounding issues around AI, data governance, cyber security, privacy, data protection, and so much more. So today I'm going to be here not as a leader, but as your big sister, and tell you the journey in tech and what can help you even prosper and also be a leader in your sector and whatever tech space you will choose to be in. So how many know about online gender-based violence? Yes? What is it? Can you tell me what online gender-based violence is? Or what do you think it means? Yeah.
I think online gender-based violence, it's how it's how different genders are being treated online.
Any other person, any example of online gender-based violence?
Online gender-based violence is trolling, is doxing,
yes,
abusing, part of trolling,
yes,
hiding behind the keyboard,
yes,
and abusing people, body shaming, shaming generally, and it happens all the time. Google a guy called Thabo Bester, a South African guy who's called the Facebook rapist. So he lured girls to meet him and then he raped them. It's a very interesting story and it's all over online. There's even a documentary about it, but you can read about that story. It's a good example of gender-based violence on the digital platform, on a digital platform.
Yes. When we talk about online gender-based violence, why am I talking about this? This is also one of the sectors that we work on as Keynote to break the barriers of women in tech, because we find that what are some of the issues? We have phishing, as she said, we have doxing, we have hate speech, we have cyberbullying. How many know about the situation that happened with Aziad? Well, she became famous, how much she was trolled. If she wasn't strong, what would she have done? Would she be where she is right now? Yeah. So those are some of the instances and the things that bury women from joining the tech world and also taking the advantages of technology. Because you find that, I know most of you know content creators right now, right? You know how much they make from technology. That is an aspect of women in technology and people who are using tech to empower themselves. So in your journey as a tech person, I'm going to tell you what are some of the things that you need to do or the tips that you can take. First of all, you have to embrace your potential, yes? You have to believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, people won't believe in you. If you do not feel like you're good enough in a space, people will also see that through you. So that is one of the things that you need to. I had the MC today was telling people, tell us facts about what you do or any fact. You're a woman, you're a girl in ICT. Why don't you say, I'm learning this, I'm learning data analytics, you know. When you're in spaces where you can be proud and be proud of what you do, even if you're learning, you'll find people who are also in the same stage or can also help you in that journey. So embrace your potential and believe in yourself. Another thing to, you have to seek mentorship. And I know many of you are in EmpServe, right? And those opportunities that are there. How many have mentors in this room? Yes? I also have a mentor. Our CEO is our mentor. Is my mentor. Seek mentors. It can be someone younger than you. It can be someone older than you. But it will be most beneficial to be someone with experience, someone you aspire to be. It doesn't have to be someone that you meet in person. It could be someone that you like or you envision to be like. That is your mentor. Learn more about their journey and emulate them, or just try to do the things that they did to get you where you want to be. So another thing is find your passion. That's why I asked, what is your passion in ICT? Because I believe if you're not passionate about it, along the journey you will become discouraged and you'll give up. You know, you have to be passionate. And whenever you feel that you are no longer feeling passionate, find a source that will make you become passionate about. And how do you do that? By joining courses. There are so many online courses that are there. As a woman in ICT, as a girl in ICT, there are these courses that are here that from EmpServe. As Keynote, we also have the Kenya. How many have heard of the Kenya School of Internet Governance Forum? Or the Kenya School of Internet Governance? Yes? Yes. So this is, it's a platform that you learn more about how do you govern the internet. You also learn about data protection. You learn more about ICT, privacy by design. These are things that can empower you. For myself, I can say I was also a member of the Kenya School of Internet Governance. And as a success story, I would say I started from there. That is how I joined the ICT world as a lawyer, you know. So find causes that will empower you. We have the Kenya School of Internet Governance. If you're interested in justice with tech, the tech space is so wide. We have online gender-based violence. As someone talked about bridging I think we had a success story here, right? Who talked about empowering people. We start from how do we ensure that women are in the tech space by ensuring that these barriers are not there anymore. And this is one of the ways that you can do that. We also have, I can say, for example, we have the Digital Enquirer Kit. That is also an e-learning module. If you want to learn more about online gender-based violence, just you can Google, go to our website as Keynote, and you will find that there as well. So what else can you do to empower yourself as a lady in tech? Another thing I would say is be bold and fearless. That is very, very important in the tech world. We have already said that the tech world is dominated by men, yes. So how do you as a lady ensure that you get to the top? It's a fact that we have at least 30% and 40% who hold some of the major positions in the tech world, and that is what we are trying to break as women in tech. How do you do that? You have to be bold and fearless. You have to not be afraid to speak up, not be afraid to be shut down, and do not be afraid of failure, because failure is just a stepping stone. Some of the greatest people in the world have gone through failure. We know of Elon Musk. Look at their journey. No one has become a success story without failure. So never be afraid of that. Be bold and fearless. Ensure that in platforms like this, when you're asked, what is a fact? You have a fact in mind. You are a woman in tech. That is a fact, yeah? You're a girl in tech. That is a fact. You're learning something. That is a fact. So you have to be bold and fearless in the world of technology. Never settle for mediocrity. Let your drive push you to where you want to be, right? Another thing, create change. Why are you in tech as a woman in tech? You know, we can have our own selfless drives and passions that drives us. But what will make you ensure that you also thrive? You know, you can't be you're told if you want to go far, but if you want to go, yes, yes. And go together, yes. So there is need of having that community. This is an example of the community that we have. Whatever group that you're in is a community that you have, yes? How many have heard of she codes? There are so many communities in tech. How many have heard of, you've heard of Kenya ICT Action Network right now, right? We also have a community as well. We have a mailing list where you can just subscribe. You join the group. We have people in academia. We allow students. We have the youth in there. We have the Kenya Youth Internet Governance Forum that is also coming up right now that you can register and go and network with your fellow women in tech. We talk about issues like AI, we have data governance, we have cyber security, privacy and data protection. Why do you think data protection is important in today's digital age? Anyone? Yes? Why do you think data protection is important in today's digital age? Why do you need to protect your data? If someone, yes?
ICT is continuously growing.
Yeah.
And so as it's growing, threats are also increasing day to day. So data protection is very important to avoid identity theft, to avoid also cyberbullying and such things. So we need to go in hand with the trends that is going on and with the innovations that technology is coming up with, and at the same time know how to protect the users. Thank you.
How many have received unsolicited texts from numbers that you don't know? How many have tried to be scammed by numbers you don't know? Yeah, that is, as much as we have the beneficial parts, we also have the challenges that we need to, these are aspects of tech that you can delve into. The tech world is so vast, you just have to know whether do you want to do coding, do you want to do data analytics, do you want to do something to do with data protection to protect people's data, because as we go to the tech, that will be a major issue. Yes?
Also on that point of data security.
Yes.
For example, there was this time that many school system were hacked, university school system were hacked, and you can see how it affected the schools. Also recently, don't sue me, but there is this everything that is coming up with Safaricom and people's money getting transferred to banks. You don't even know who did that. And I think if there was data protection in that cause, maybe we should not fear that maybe our money it will be stolen or something. So I think maybe I can top up.
A follow-up question. As a lady in tech, what do you think will be your solution to that?
I think, for example, with, let's say, money, I think more stronger systems should be implemented, maybe in schools, also maybe in banks, and so that we can, as wananchi, can maybe feel safe and secure.
Yes, so that is digital security. What am I showing you? That is a solution, and that is also an opportunity. So as you look at the scenarios in tech, what are the challenges? And you look at what are the opportunities that I can get into and solve that problem. And I remember a fact that someone said there are no jobs, right? But nowadays, you hear that we make our jobs, yeah? Yeah, because the government won't come. It might, but you'll have to wait for a while, yes? So this, you look at the, how do you navigate the tech space. You look at what are some of the challenges that I face or the people in my sector. You can even ask, what are the challenges you face in tech? Then you look at that not as a challenge, but what opportunities there for me to learn and be able to be an asset. And from then on, you become a consultant. I do digital security. I ensure that your systems are secure, right? That is where you start. And if you're looking for opportunities you want to apply for, you can apply for jobs. Do not restrict yourself. Do not limit yourself. Tech is so vast that it's worldwide and global, and that's the beauty of it. So do not restrict yourself to Kenya. You can be working for an organization or a company abroad. I say that because I was also a digital ambassador of a company not in Kenya. Yeah? So you don't have to limit yourself in tech. You can get opportunities all over as long as you ensure that you perfect your skills. And how do you perfect your skills? By ensuring that you empower yourselves with the knowledge, with the education, that when someone tells you, I want you to do this, I want to make for you to make for me a website. A lot of people want websites nowadays. How do you break the barrier? I want to come up with an application. That is something, that is a sector that is very open and has vast opportunities that you as a lady in tech, you can come in with your credentials and ensure that you show your value. Because even in interviews, when you asked, tell us about yourself, what they're looking for is, what are you going to do for us as a company? So those are some of the scenarios and things that I'm telling you that you can take advantage of. You can also, I heard someone is becoming a CEO right now. Yes, you can become your own CEO for your own company because of the knowledge that you acquired for yourself. So how do you find this knowledge? How many know the sectors that you can learn, or any opportunities that you can say right now for people to hear? Where can you learn about tech? Anything, data analytics, data protection, cyber security. How many know the places to get those opportunities? Yes? Okay. We have EmpServe here. That is one of the places. Any other?
I think YouTube is a very useful tool.
Yes.
And most tech jobs do not require you to have a university degree or a diploma. You just need to show that you can actually do the job. Yeah. So I think YouTube is a very useful tool.
Any other person knows? Yes.
May I speak out?
Yes.
Yeah. My name is Mercy.
Yes.
And I think there's a site that our teacher introduced us. It's called Coursera. You can learn many things there. There's cyber security, networking, everything concerning the net.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other? Google. You can start from there. We have Google courses. Any other? Yes, we have Coursera, we have EmpServe, we have Google, we also have Udemy, we have EDX, we have ALX Africa, who one of our panelists was supposed to be here today. We also have Kenya School of Internet Governance. We have data protection courses from Strathmore. You just have to, if it's an area that you're really passionate about, Google, the information is out there for you to take advantage of those opportunities. So my time is running out, so I'm just going to conclude with a quote that I was given myself by our CEO, Dr. Grace Gidaiga. As you start out, the tech space is very vast. Find what you love, find your passion, build on it, find causes, find mentors, network. Your network is? Yeah, and exactly. And nowadays you hear that people say that you got jobs because of connections, right? Yeah, so before you leave here, ensure that you know every person's name. You don't know what they are doing or where you can even come together as a group and come up with an application or something. So ensure that you network. Lastly, I'm going to conclude with stay afraid, but do it anyway. So you you are human, you can be afraid all you want, but ensure that you go follow through the action and just do what you set out to do. So with that, I'm going to finish with an exercise. Now I want you to introduce yourself. I want you to say a fact about yourself today that will help you in your career as a woman or as a girl in ICT. About me is, so again, my name is Esther. One fact about me is Esther is a good communicator and nothing can change that.
Hello, my name is Caroline and I feel very confident when I'm using a laptop.
My name is Doreen, and
be bold, be fearless, yeah?
I was not ready to say my facts, but it's fine.
Yes.
So my name is Doreen, and the fact is I am ready to learn everything that it takes for me to be a tech guru.
Yes.
So my name is Emily, and a fact about me is I am bold, and I'm afraid, but I'll just do it anyway.
Nice. Any other?
Hello, my name is Marion, and I'm happy that I'm learning cybersecurity in ICT.
Hi, my name is Joyce, and I am the future. Thank you.
Eh, nice. Yes. Okay.
My name is Maria Whitney, and my future to say, I want to learn more about ICT, mostly on computer science.
My name is Elizabeth, and I am passionate about self-growth.
That side, any other person?
Hi, my name is Sumchini Immaculate, and my fact is that I advocate for girl child empowerment in IT.
Yes, so why am I doing this exercise? The theme today is leadership, right? And to be a leader, you have to be able to speak out, not for yourself, but also for other people, right? So you can imagine in a boardroom, as right the way you are, there are so many men in the tech space, and you're one of the few women there. So if you talk slowly or just having some fear, do you think they'll hear you? Yes? Do you think you'll make any change? Yeah, so it starts from here. It starts from speaking out, being bold, being fearless, because the tech space is full of the other gender, which is male, and this is what you're trying to break, and to ensure that more women get into tech. And when they get into tech, they pave the way for other ladies to get into tech as well. And I'm proud that some of you have spoken out today, and I hope from here onwards you'll be speaking out more and being a female tech leader in your space. And with that, I'm going to welcome you for the Kenya Youth Internet Governance Forum. You can search for it. We do a lot. We have sessions on AI, cybersecurity, data governance, human rights. If you want to meet your fellow tech experts, you can join us. We also have the Kenya Internet Governance Forum with the leaders in the tech space as well. Thank you. I hope you learned one or two things to take away and also practice. Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much.
Pretty much. All right, Linda, you're going to have to wait again. Take the bow first before you step away. So she's in the category for 3, isn't it? So we said 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Good. Here we go. 1, 1, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Here's the thing. We are going for our first tea break, and specifically, it's going to be 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And then we'll be back right here, so now we can get to listen to the submissions of our keynote speakers, which are seated right here with us on this particular platform. So here's the thing, we're going to leave shortly. So once we step out, we're going to go to the third floor and go all the way to W4, EmpServe Hub. Once you're there, take 10 minutes, take your cup of tea. Please come back in 10 minutes. Countdown starts now. We're going to live in this order. We're going to allow our keynote speakers and our guests to first step out. And then after that, we follow them after that. So 10 minutes, we come back and continue celebrating this particular day. So first steppers, please. Our guests, you can step out so that now the rest of us can follow you down to the third floor. Thank you very much. We see you in the next 10 minutes. There's also a form that is going around. Make sure that if you're a participant, your name has been included in that form for further communication as well. So 10 minutes, we come back so we can clear this particular session. Thank you very much. All right, guys, we can go now as well. Let's do this. We have 8 minutes left for this particular one, please. All right, let's all move to the third floor for that cup of coffee or tea or water. Thank you very much. Meet you here in the next 8 minutes, please. All right, all right. As you walk out, make sure that your name is in the registration form that has been going around. If you're not given us your details, make sure that the details are
opportunities that they need to be able to execute the same. My name is Martin Irongo. I'm a co-founder and the executive director of Empower and Serve Kenya, or EmpServe. Empower and Serve Kenya started in the year 2015, but formally registered in the year 2016. The idea and the motivation behind the formation of the organization was the growing unemployment rates among the young people and the understanding of the potential that the young people do have in view of improving their standards of living in their communities. And therefore, Empower and Serve Kenya is founded to empower young people to be drivers of change in the communities that they come from through granting them the knowledge, skills, and the opportunities that they need to be able to execute the same. We have been able to impact quite a significant number of young people through our programs. If I would reference like the M-Youth program, which was actually our very first program that we did, which was an Erasmus program in collaboration with partners from 12 different countries. We were able to train and equip over 30 young people within the country, and from which we were able to send at least 3 participants for a gala award in Macedonia, and they won some grants that enabled them to work on their startups. For another project that I would like to mention is the DigiLab program, which is a training program for rural youth, which we have been implementing largely in Kajiado. We have been able to train over 300 young people with basic ICT skills and entrepreneurship, with over 60% of the participants being able to start their small enterprises, while a significant number also are prepared to join institutions of higher learning. One of the other significant programs that we are currently running is the Social Innovation Hub based in Pangani area, Nairobi, where we train and equip young people with digital skills, entrepreneurship, and life skills. We target young people from the urban informal settlements of Mathare, Huruma, Dandora, and other areas that are nearby.
I'm Pamela Chien, currently living in Mathare North area too. I'm married with 2 kids. My firstborn is 6 years, secondborn is 2 years old. I currently work with an NGO, Hope Worldwide Kenya, which is based in Mathare Utalii Ward. I knew about EmpServe Kenya through a friend who was learning here before. So when the next cohort was being mobilized, she came and told me about the EmpServe. And I was interested to know about computer since I had no money to pursue the course. But when I got the information that there is somewhere that ladies are being taught for free, I had to commit myself to come and learn. Since I'm a mother, I work, and still I come to EmpServe. In the morning when I wake up, I have to prepare my kids. The firstborn is in class 1. I prepare him for school. Then I come back, prepare the lastborn, who is 2 years old, for daycare. Around 8, I leave for job at Hope Worldwide. Then around noon, I report to EmpServe for classes. This is Hope Worldwide Kenya. This is my office. I work here. Then, through going to EmpServe to study IT, at least I have a knowledge in computer. I assist. I do data entry. Whatever is in the store are captured in the system. When my boss wants to get any information, any item that is in the store, I am able to reflect. I do my data entries in the computer. She can get them anytime she wants. Because now I have that IT knowledge, there is nothing difficult for me because everything that is here, be it milk, be it sugar, be it peppers, I do data entry, they are in the computer. So when supervision comes from the head office, they come, they supervise from the computer. When you do the count, those are the things that are in the store. So at least I got that opportunity because of the knowledge I received from EmpServe fraternity. They gave me that knowledge of computer. I learned. I'm very happy with that.
Pamela is she's a dream girl. She was enrolled in Hope Worldwide in the year of 2018. She joined Hope Worldwide in Mathare Utalii office. She was enrolled in Mathare North by one of our community leaders, and she was able even to be able to get to be mentored, and now she's even a mentor herself. She's been able to now mentor 60 girls, and I like the part that she's even able, as she mentors them, she's also able to link them to partners, to different partners that they can be able even to get empowered like she is. I'm thanking so much Hope Worldwide Kenya and so many other organizations like EmpServe, who are doing a great job to the communities at large. They're able to empower young girls and with several skills. And I call upon many other organizations to come on board. Let's all of us continue empowering the young girls because they're the future of tomorrow. Yes, and as the saying goes, that when you empower a girl, you empower the whole community.
As a community mobilizer, I go out there. I'm now as the W4 ambassador. I mobilize girls from Mathare or from anywhere. I talk to them about EmpServe. I tell them about the trainings I underwent, and then I bring them to trainings. For my husband, sometimes I get tired. Since morning, I have no rest in between. So he has to support me maybe with the kids, the homework, and with the small kid, he can look at after her when I'm doing other jobs when I get back home in the evening.
Naitwa Marvin Opium. Pandio kwangu, Pamela ni wife kwangu. Asili yangu ni security by now. So hiyo training impact yake imekuwa poa by the way. Juu imekuja right time, nilikuwa nimelose hustle yangu. So ikakam at right time. At least tunasaidiana, fee, rent. At times unaweza pata una kitu na at least yako na kitu unaweza afford food, kitu kama hiyo. Jua nikiwa peke yangu sasa hivi kwa stress sana, fee ya watu hii, chakula na kama hivyo. EmpServe nimewashukuru sana, waendelee hivyo hivyo kushika wasichana mkono hivyo. At least wapee kitu college hivyo, itakuwa sawa.
So many things are changing because I'm working. At least I earn something. My family is not that bad health-wise. So in the next 2 to 3 years, I think I just hope for the best that I have my own home. To the young women, some do believe that when you get into marriage, opportunities stop at that point, that you can't go ahead learning. I urge young mothers that when you get an opportunity for trainings, go. Do not hesitate.
I train on social entrepreneurship. This basically involves training the girls on entrepreneurship skills, helping them to have an entrepreneurial mindset, and enabling them to start businesses, not only with the name of making profit, but create an impact in the community. By going through the programs at EmpServe, the girls have actually gained skills in ICT and business skills that will help them to gain jobs and be able to start businesses, which will enable them to gain economic independence. Pamela has been our trainee and participants in our program. She's gone through the ICT training and also the social entrepreneurship training. As a student, she's proved to be hardworking, very outgoing, and committed to the programs. She's always been ready to learn, and her dedication has actually bore fruit because she has already been able to gain employment with Hope Worldwide Kenya, and has actually also been able to start a small business.
There's nowhere written that when you get into marriage, everything ends. I just urge the young mothers that in order to support those kids, maybe that you have, you yourself, you have to commit yourself into today's life. No matter what challenges, you have to be strong. You overcome them through all means. It is all about being courageous enough, and you stay firm to whatever good you want to gain. Thank you to the organization, the W4, EmpServe, that started this program to empower girls. Thank you so much, and continue uplifting ladies, because there are a number of them who are outside there. They don't know about the program. But when they come, they get something best out of the program. We say thank you, and may you continue extending hands, maybe to many areas apart from Nairobi.
It hasn't been a smooth ride. We have experienced a significant number of challenges. Of course, it happens for any startup. You really have to work with building the team, working on organizational structures, and of course, grappling with other macro challenges like what we have had in the recent past, the COVID-19 pandemic. So currently we have grown, we have been able to establish a center. We have dedicated team of staff members. We have board members who support our vision and our mission, which we really appreciate.
Giving what I can give from my perspective to EmpServe is both transformative in what I am contributing towards the end goal of EmpServe, but it's also transformative to me as a person. Because as I've said, EmpServe is a catalyst for change. I am a catalyst for change. In my field, women in manufacturing is a very strong aspect of what I do. So it's about looking for areas in which we can find the space to create equality where inequality abounds. And I think that is what I'm doing. I'm bringing to the table my experience in the manufacturing sector, my experience as a communicator and as a storyteller, my experience as a leader, and also learning from EmpServe what they're trying to do on a day-to-day basis. We need to get on board now. We need to open up our spaces. We need to create space at our tables to have these conversations. We need to open up our wallets. We need to open up funding opportunities, and we need to open up an environment which the graduates from EmpServe, when they come out, they have a place to thrive. And I think that's what we all need to do.
As an organization, we envision to grow in terms of our structure and more so the impact that we realize within our communities. We look forward to implementing programs that are relevant to our people. We look forward to collaborate with other stakeholders who we share this common vision.
My name is Lindsay Nefesh-Clark, and I'm the founder and managing director of W4. And we're a very proud partner of EmpServe, Empower and Serve, and also W4 Rishina. Both organizations are working to provide girls and women in Kenya, in Nairobi, and also in rural areas in Maasai land, with access to IT skills training. The ethos of W4 ever since we founded our organization is to partner with local organizations. And we had the opportunity to meet with the EmpServe team in the Kajiado region a few years back, and the opportunity to partner together. As you may know, EmpServe is very much a youth-focused organization, so they're really trying to provide Kenyan youth with important technical skills and also life skills, soft skills, to enable youth to integrate, to enter the formal employment market or to become entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs. So we met this incredible team, very determined, quite a young team, and we decided to partner together. We were very impressed by their experience, their past record, their track record of working to empower youth in Kenya. And not just in Nairobi, but also we actually met them in the middle of Maasai land in Kajiado. And we saw that they were really trying to reach out through their work to really serve youth who were marginalized when it came to digital infrastructure and digital skills. We love that passion. It's a youth-led organization and it focuses on youth, so they know what they're talking about. And we were very impressed by the ambition of the EmpServe team, and we realized that our missions were aligned, our vision, and this idea being to really try to provide equal opportunities to IT skills training.
Was the NEM when it came to computers. They all looked at that computer. They couldn't figure out a code to put into it. The head engineer, the head of the operation asked, I have 5 minutes. Is there anybody in this building who can help us at this particular time? Silence. The hall was big. 3,000 engineers, men. No one could see her raise her hand. And in that moment, she raised her hand. I'll be coming back to that story. Good. Now, let's continue then with the program so we see exactly what it is that we're getting into. We are now getting into our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote speaker is a speaker that you got to listen to, that everything they say, becomes a fact. At this particular time then, let me introduce onto the stage the man who just walked in, and it's a good thing that he's coming right about now, because he's going to stand in place for Clarice Gadhura, who's the board chair, EmpServe Kenya. But since she's not here, we're going to give Martin a couple of minutes. And since he's not the keynote speaker, we're going to pinch his time so that now we run directly into the keynote speakers of the day. So Martin, they've said you only have 5 minutes. Tell us something about EmpServe before we jump into the keynote speakers today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you do remember, we were doing 3, isn't it? Now, direct 2, okay? Good, let's do this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Simba. And thank you, everyone. It's quite an excitement. It's quite an excitement for me to see all of you. Quite excited for this opportunity to celebrate the International Girls in ICT Day. Girls in the house, say hey. Yeah. And the men in the house who are celebrating with the girls, say hey. Hey. All right, all right, all right. So the room is balanced and quite excited. I'm so excited. So at this moment, just want first to pass an appreciation for everyone who is seated in this room, everyone who is following us online in this very, very important day for us. And I would like to also pass the apologies of our board chair who was not able to be together with us here. She's called Clarice, and she has already passed her greatest appreciation and hopes that she will be able to follow live after meetings that she's attending. But for now, I would like to welcome everyone, first to feel at home and also to appreciate our partners who have made this event quite a success, and also looking forward to greater and greater interactions in the coming days. And already I feel already inspired. The inspirational talks are quite amazing. Our alumni representatives, just a few, if we could manage to have all of them here every year within this specific hub. We, just to give context, Empower and Serve Kenya is an organization. We started in 2016, and our flagship project is actually what we call the DigiLab initiative, where we set up small hubs at the community level, trying to connect and bridge the gap, especially in ICT, for the communities, the grassroots communities. And we have a very great inclination on bridging the gender digital divide, and this is why we have exclusive specific program targeting young women. And I think that's a quick background when you talk about Empower and Serve Kenya. The Social Innovation Hub we are here in today is a partnership with W4 Women Worldwide Web, and we'll be able to hear their notes from their representative later today. Specifically, again, having a great target on the young women, especially in the informal settlement around here. You have already had people from Pangani, people from Dandora, Mathare, and the surroundings. And the greatest interest that we have is that we can bring this support closer to them. They are able to walk in, but then when they are here, they can feel they are in a very nice space. So we try to give them some very nice space here where they can start thinking how they can make their communities better. And that's, again, our inspiration and why we have these spaces here. And again, to build up to what we do, we talk about basic digital skilling, intermediate digital skills training, coupled with entrepreneurship, a lot of life skills. Again, our life skill trainer is not around today, but then we also couple that with social entrepreneurship. We always say we have to combine what we learn with the people. We are people-centered. It's about innovation. It's about creating impact. So we always like to couple
And that's why I think the inspiration around SDG again becomes a very, very important component in what we do, because we also like to couple what we learn with the impact that we bring out in the community. Our biggest goal is to challenge young people, is to challenge women to be able to take responsibility and be the change that they desire to see. So you become that very particular change. But we don't do this alone. We collaborate. We work together with partners. We are currently working with CRAWN Trust. We are working with W4 and the government, again on this front, to be able to achieve what we are doing today. I want to pass the appreciation from the board and just to acknowledge that we are in this journey and we feel supported because of you. First, the young girl who is seated here, who we are celebrating today, who is in ICT. But then policymakers, actors, players in this space, the government, who we are putting together all our efforts to be able to lead the path. And leading the path is actually building leaders who take up the mantle from us. I was just saying the other day, I've been a youth for the longest. I've been a youth for the longest, and a time is ticking that I will no longer be a youth in the next few days. I still have time to enjoy. Yule ananiangalia kama mimi mzee sana, pana si mzee kabisa. But then, how do we bridge that generational gap? It's about, that's why we have people like Jebet here, trying to bridge that generational gap, bring inspiration, train, build capacity, create opportunities, and empower and serve Kenya. That is exactly what we are doing, building local capacity through partnering with local community-based organizations, but then also creating a global connection. We are part of a global network of at least 15 countries, where we have partners working together to build the capacity of youth here in Kenya. We have been able to build opportunity for young people to not only build local solutions, but then again, think locally, but again, act globally. And that's why we collaborate with actors within the European Union, within the US ambassadorial framework, to connect the young people we support here with global opportunities. And just to mention, in 2019, 2 of our young people were selected for what we called the EmpReneur. EmpReneur is a mobile, that time it was M-Youth. Mobile and youth competition that was global. So we had 2 of our applications, best applications here in Kenya. They went to Ghana and they won the African challenge. The 2 of them again went to Macedonia. They did a business camp for around 1 week. And then they went to Austria for a pitch competition. And we had one of them actually winning an overall award. And today, he's actually running a very successful startup here in Kenya. And that has actually built up to what you can see there, EmpReneur project, which we ran even in the past year. And one of the challenges we have experienced when we are running those challenges is our young women hardly get to the best. And this is the gap we are talking about when we are celebrating the International Girls Day in Girls in ICT. The question is, how can we bridge this gap further? How can we bring the young women, the women in the space to the top tier? And I think that is the conversation. How can we do these things better? And this is the conversation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the talk.
Thank you very much. He spoke like a man who knew that he was not the keynote speaker, isn't it? Anyway, Sem Drift. 1, all the way to for Martin. You gotta come here and take a bow. I know you were speaking in place of, but you gotta take it for her. All right, let's do this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much. So here's the thing, yeah. They looked back, and I do not know why. The woman heel, I'm talking about the shoe, has never changed for a very long time. For ladies were very versatile about how they dressed. The basic form of the human heel, the woman heel, has never changed. Go back and study it from the time that it was invented. Yes, they can cut it, they can make it taller, they can make it longer, they can make it brighter, but it's never changed. So in that hall, when she was walking, today I chose a very specific way of telling you to clap. She knew that all eyes were on her. So she started walking, then she realized this heel, it's too loud because now there was dead silence in that room. So she started walking. Reached halfway, said this hall is too long. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, a bit faster. And everybody was looking at her, knowing one thing. She's a woman, she can do it. Story comes. At this particular point then, I want to introduce to you another lady who's going to be a keynote speaker today, representing an organization that is essentially right within this particular conversation. Like I said, when they speak, it's a fact, and they have numbers to prove to you, so you got to listen. At this particular point, let me introduce to you Beatrice Wambui, W4.org. That's it. Thank you very much. Like we always do, before and after. So let's go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much. Beatrice, take over.
Thank you, the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Beatrice Wambui, as he has mentioned, and I'm here first to introduce to you W4, then I give my speech. So Martin has mentioned that this particular space where we are seated in came into realization because of two parties. Number one, it's EmpServe, and number two, it's W4. So W4 stands for Women Web Worldwide, right? So it's a non-profit organization based in France and under the leadership of Lindsay. And we are really happy to have you here, to have you come and celebrate girls in ICT. So the main focus for W4 is to empower women in ICT with special focus on SDG number 5, as earlier introduced by, I keep forgetting her name. Mabea, thank you for that. So if you look at SDG number 5, it's divided into parts. And W4 emphasizes on part B of it. Who knows the part B of SDG number 5? I have a gift for that. Anyway, not you, Mabea. Mabea excluded. Gender equality, it's now the main part of it, the SDG, right? But it's divided into parts. So I want to know part B. What does it say? A clue. Part B is the reason why we are here. Watu ana Google. Nani ana control internet kwanza ifunge kidogo? All right, I have someone. There was a hand somewhere here. Try it, please trial. Gender equity, a good trial. Another one.
ICT technology.
ICT technology. Sorry?
Empowering women.
Empowering women. Okay, good trials. So I'll help you. So SDG number 5, part B, focuses on enhancing digital technologies. Are we together? And it's for that sole reason that W4 so that it was beneficial to come into partnership with EmpServe. Was it in 2020? Yes, from 2020 to now. And through that partnership, actually it started somewhere in Kajiado. They have a center in Kajiado, and now this is the second center. So it's after W4 and EmpServe got into partnership that the idea of coming up with this particular innovation hub came up. We established it, and I would say that every year we are able to impact around 200 girls through training, basic ICT skills, advanced ICT, and social entrepreneurship. And that's why we've had examples like Muzeu, we've had examples like Wambui, and many others who could not be able to attend. So in a nutshell, W4 partners with local organizations to promote girls and women equal access to participate and also take leadership in ICT skill. So now looking at our theme today, which is actually on leadership, I would want to ask our girls, who is a leader? We are talking about leadership today, right? Who is a leader? We want to become leaders, right? Yeah? Who is a leader? A trial. Don't complicate it. It's very easy.
My name is Halima.
Yes, Halima.
A leader is someone who guides people.
A leader is someone who guides people. Thank you.
My name is Emily.
Yes, Emily.
A leader is a person who has influence over a crowd of people.
Someone who has influence over people. Perfect. Someone else. Yep.
In my previous life, a leader is anybody who is in a position, she has mentioned in influence, but it is whatever you're doing, you are a leader in that position.
Okay.
So even if you're a cleaner, you are a leader in your position. Because at the end of the day, somebody will come and see what have you done.
Okay.
So you will be leading wherever you are.
All right. So you mentioned that in your previous life and in your current life, where's a leader?
I still maintain the same principle.
Okay.
Because for me, whatever you're supervising, whatever you're looking after, you are a leader in that role. So even these young girls here, if you're going to go back home and you're going to be the one who is doing the cooking, the household chores, you're going to be leading in that position. When you come here and you're in class, you're still going to be a leader doing whatever you're doing in this particular class.
Okay.
So I still maintain the same principle.
Okay. One more? Okay, thank you.
So maybe to add on what she has said, to me, a leader is someone who has his or her own pen to write her own story.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Hope I'm not. All right. Thank you. So yeah, a leader is all what you said. Someone who is influencing others, someone who is leading others towards the positive direction. Now, my question number 2. What are the characteristics of a good leader? Thank you, Nelly. So the leader should be understanding of other people's feeling and emotion, and that is being empathetic, right? All right. Thank you. Someone else. We all want to be leaders, right? So what characteristics do we need to possess to become leaders? Women leaders, actually.
So as a leader, you have to be positive when given feedbacks.
You have to be welcoming to feedback. Thank you. All right, we have some more here. Please pass. Okay.
As a leader, I believe you should lead by example.
Okay, you should lead by example. Thank you. There's one other corner.
Omchini Immaculate. My take is that a leader should be able to influence in the empowerment of other people.
You should be able to empower others. Thank you, Mabea. Oh.
I'm Joyce
Yes,
Okanda.
Joyce.
And as for me, a leader should be self-driven and self-disciplined.
Self-driven and self-disciplined. Thank you for that.
Thank you. For me, a leader should be approachable. Thank you.
You should be approachable. Thank you. Do we have any other? Yeah.
For me, a leader should be, at the end of the day, he or she is proud for he or she has changed a life.
Okay. You should be able to change other people's life or impact them. Yes.
I think a leader should also have a vision.
You should also be visionary. Thank you.
I believe that a leader should be inclusive. They should promote inclusivity by not only leading by example, but creating the right platform for the people who they lead to excel just like they did.
Okay. You should be inclusive, accommodating other people's perspective. Thank you. Do you have any other? Thank you.
Let me add one before I pass on the mic.
Okay, thank you.
They should be consistent.
Okay, you should be consistent. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make your lives a little miserable. Is Donald Trump a leader? Yeah? Isn't he? But is he consistent? Just because there are some people who don't like him, he has those qualities. What about Hitler? What about a dictator in an African country? Idi Amin? Please remember that it's not all rosy to be a leader. Leaders have followers. Leaders are influencers. They communicate their vision. Those followers that follow them believe in what they're saying because he has communicated that vision to influence followers so that he can attain the leadership. I've been hearing some very good qualities of a leader, and that's true. But also remember, when you look at leadership, there are some things that will make you squirm, but they're leaders.
Thank you so much for that. And actually, there's one more there. I don't want to lock anyone out. In any case, we came here for a discussion, right? Yeah. Okay.
Just to add on what she has said, I can summarize that a leader is a voice of the people.
Voice of the people. All right. Thank you. Oh, we have another one. Interesting.
Okay, for me, I would say a leader should also be agile.
Be agile.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And must be confident.
Thank you, Jane, for that. You also must be confident. So surprisingly, I had a list of characteristics that I wanted to mention about a good leader, but they've all been mentioned. So I'm wondering, why aren't we leaders if we all know what it takes to be a good leader? Why? Okay. Okay. All right.
I beg to differ. We are all leaders,
And in as much as you may think you do not have followers, there are people who are inspired by what you do on a daily basis. They may not be verbal about it, but they are inspired every other day and every other time they watch you and listen to you.
Thank you, Anne.
I absolutely agree with her. Everyone is, you lead in your own capacity. For example, for people who are firstborns, you're by default a leader. It doesn't matter whether your siblings tell you that, oh, actually, I admire you, but like by default, you're set up to be a leader.
Okay.
But also, I think largely, to speak to what he said, that we don't have followers, I think the biggest enemy is imposter syndrome. Because in your head, this is how it's supposed to be, but you're just thinking, I'll put it out, and I don't know what reception I'm going to get from putting myself out there. So I think imposter syndrome for the most part.
Okay. Thank you.
I also differ with him. We are all leaders. It just depends with our mindset. And whatever we think we are, that's what people will see us.
You'll see you. All right, thank you. It's all about how we present ourselves. We have a hand here.
There's some people who don't want to be leaders.
Ah.
Fact.
Okay. Are they in this room?
I don't know. They'd rather be followers. They'd rather not participate. They'd rather be viewers.
Okay.
Quietly. So they may have the best leadership qualities, but they don't feel they should be part of it.
Okay.
And then sometimes this thing about I'm a firstborn, so I know there's no such thing. You're not supposed to be a natural leader. This is a perception that has been brought down from generation to generation. It's rubbish.
Social construct.
Yes, it's a social construct. Just because you're a firstborn doesn't mean you're a born leader. In fact, you hate being a firstborn. Yeah?
I think there's so many. There's some memory.
Yes. Then the other thing, as you're being there passive, watching, following, whatever, leadership may be thrust on you. In this country, we have that example. It was thrust on Uhuru Kenyatta. Didn't even think he wanted to be a leader. It was thrust on him. And from there, you then have to make a decision, a conscious decision. Do I want it? Do I want to grab it? Sometimes it could be a death in the family or in the structure you're in. In Ghana, there's a guy called John Mahama. His president died and he was the first vice president. For half the time, he kept pinching himself, am I president? Am I president? And meanwhile, the vultures were circling around him. They were like, this guy, he doesn't know that this is the place to be. But in his heart, he wasn't ready for it. So it was thrust on him by a circumstance that he had not prepared. So there are those situations. Not all of us want to be there, but sometimes we find ourselves in those circumstances. And there are some of us who will just be, we are not interested in it, and we will just be watchers and followers, viewers and followers.
Okay, thank you. Could we give him a chance first? Okay, thank you.
For me,
I have two mic. Okay, so could we give her a chance? Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Miriota.
Yes.
Some of us, we may have the qualities to be a leader, but the people around us, the community, and even the environment may not favor us to be the good leaders.
Okay. I hope someone is taking notes on my behalf. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation. To add on what everybody has shared, I think sometimes we think leadership also has to come with position. And I think that's a perception why people feel they are not leaders. But in truth, leadership is not about position. And in fact, there's research to back this. And there's actually a concept called leading upwards in an organization, where you don't have the position, you're not the CEO, you're not the manager, but to get things moving, to get the whole team to a certain goal, you have to lead people who are more senior than you. And it's actually a thing. You lead upwards. And so you don't have to wait until you have a position to act like a leader. I think you can act like a leader irrespective of where you are in life, and you can get people towards certain goals, you know, so long as it's a common vision, and that's leadership. It's not positional.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Originally, my question was why aren't we leaders? But I really love the way the conversation has shifted from now. We are leaders already, but there are a number of things that are really hindering us from acknowledging that we are actually leaders. And it's my hope that by the time you're walking out of that room, that we will be confident that we are all leaders. So I'm being shown that my time is up, or rather it's almost up, and maybe to conclude, if anything I've picked from all the contribution is that leadership, you have to exercise some level of power, right? Now, what differs in terms of a good leader and a bad leader, for lack of a better word, it's how we exercise the power that has been bestowed on us. Are we together? And now when you talk about exercising of power, you have three approaches. There is power over, there is power to, and power with. I don't know whether I should throw this to you or I should define it. What do you think? I throw it to you. So who can tell us what is power over? When you say someone,
Power over authority to someone whom you perceive or think is lower than you in terms of status, in terms of position, in terms of class. So, for example, the power over your employees. That's power over. Power to, the ability within you to do something. Power with, the ability when two of us come together.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Could we have one more person? All right. For the sake of time, yes, it's true. When you talk about power with, it's the show of dominance. Are we together? Like I'm in authority, and whatever I see, it's final. Should I give an example of triumph on this one? Yeah, that's a good example of power over. So when you talk about power to, that's now when we are talking about influencing others. How are you using your power as a woman in your house, in your community, in your country? How are you using your power to influence others toward the right direction? Then, of course, power with, it's now the ability to use your power to work with others. Someone says, if you want to work fast, you work alone. If you want to work with others, if you want to go far, you work with others. Are we together? And that's how power with, it's well demonstrated. So, as a leader in your own capacity, are you using power over, power with, or power to? Please ask yourself that question. And it's my hope that we could adopt power with and power to as women leaders. Are we together? Now, the final remark. There's something interesting that was mentioned here by one of the presenters, that she mentioned her pursuing the ICT skill actually helped her not to stay home and wait for a suitor to come and get her so that she could be clapped for. I'm really trying to rephrase her words. And one thing I would like to emphasize to us ladies, when you talk about gender and gender equality, we are saying that, yes, we are women, all right? We are women. We have our social roles as women in the house. Are we together? But are we able to go out there and exploit our potential as human beings? I don't know whether you're getting that point. My point is, as we pursue to become women leaders in our capacities, let's not forget that we also have social roles. Are we together? We also have social roles in our communities and in our homes. So let's try to strike the balance. Let's not forget that, yes, we are women. Thank you so much.
Climbing all the way to the 5th division. All right, here we go. 1, just like with, it's been a very good talk. You've even disrupted everybody's mind about clapping. Okay, here we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Good, thank you very much. The reality is simple. Is that, you see, back then, even though engineering departments were only designed for men, there was a platform that she had to climb for her to prove that the mathematical equations she has is the one that they actually needed that can give them a code to puncture into the IBM machine that was overlooking them. She was in a dress and heels. So here's a dais that you gotta go up there because everybody has to stand down here and look at you present this equation. Remember, it's in the 1950s. Not very far back. And there is a woman who finds herself in a situation where she has to help men, but nothing around her is built for her. Midway through that walk, she realized she can't go up there. So what she did, she took off her sweater, and it was a cold evening, and she tied it around herself. So ladies and gentlemen, here she is up there. The first comment, I will tell you what that was immediately after we come back from this. All right, let's continue then with this particular presentation this evening. And remember, we're going to get to why we are celebrating the International Girls' Day in ICT. And we're going to talk about that. So finally then, in our keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the final 20 minutes of keynote presentation, I want to introduce to you Jebet Amdani, who's the CRAWN Trust Board Chair and Trustee. Jebet, welcome. Just before we do that, remember we're getting to 5th division. All right, here she is, like we do. Let's welcome her. 1, and we're going to start. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much. Take over.
I think they're going to set up some slides. While they're doing that, let me first thank Martin. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much for partnering with us. Thank you, Mr. Simba, for making life interesting and giving us good stories. I think my presentation has been made easier by some things, observations I've made this morning. One, you all understand what gender is. It's not women. It's men, women, boys, and girls. It's a social construct. It's not biological. It's cultural. It's how society perceives roles. And in different places, SDGs run by Mabea, when we talked about culture and etiquette, it's how we perceive your roles, and it varies from culture to culture. The other inspiration for me has been the success stories from Mudeu and from Mercy. I remember when I first touched a keyboard, I had to learn on my own, and I've heard some of you say you had never seen one, but you wanted to know how it works. That was over 30 years ago. I was self-taught for a while before I went to learn formally how to use Microsoft Office and how to use many things. And there are some applications I actually asked somebody else to do it for me because I still haven't gotten it. But I'm curious about other things. Who remembers when the internet was invented? Does anybody know? In 1969, would you believe it? and the computers used to be the size of a wall. But it became public 30 years ago, so it's older than some of you. Some of you don't know that we used to hold phones, we used to dial. When the mobile phone came, it was so big, it was a brick. It was so expensive, we never even thought we would ever get access to it. And today, all of us can have access to it. So, my presentation is up. Who's my timekeeper? Simba. Simba, I am short-sighted, so you're going to have to use hand signals. Right. As I said, you've made my day easier. Mabea was looking for a story from me, how I became part of CRAWN Trust. 14 years ago, my sister and I, Daisy, who would have been giving you this keynote speech, Daisy Amdani, told me she had a passion. And she told me about how the new constitution was coming into play. And there was a gap. There are women who don't understand what's going to happen, how their lives is going to be changed completely. She wants to be at the forefront of that change. So I said, what do you need to do this? And she said, as much resources I can have. So I gathered my own energy in many, many spheres. My personal energy, my sisterhood energy, my financial resources, my companionship and my friendship for her, and supported her wholeheartedly and ran away and watched her run with it. It's until 3 years ago she told me, I'm sorry, you can't be in the background anymore. You actually have, when I tell you to jump, you ask me how high, and that's what I do. That's the reason I am here. Thank you. What I'm about to present to you today is the gender inclusivity within Kenya's digital economy. It is a paper done by a lady in our office called Rai. She's a researcher, supported by Steve, who's here to hold my hand, just in case I say something. Some of the data you will hear, Martin has mentioned some of the data, Linda has mentioned some of the data, and I'm sure you're going to keep hearing more about it. He has the references, and we are going to be giving it to EmpServe so that you can have a look at it, because you will find that all the statistics we mention here are in the public domain, and we have used that. We believe somebody out there hasn't talked about women and girls in this digital economy and in the digital space. And from today onwards, everybody in this room is going to pester, harp, and tell government, private sector, whoever you think that this is an area that is not, it's underserved, and we need to make sure that we bridge that gap. I've been seeing people talking about bridging the gaps, bridging the gender equality in the use of ICT. Okay, so let's get it going. Next slide. So as I talked about CRAWN Trust, but let me tell you what they formally do. It's an advocacy NGO working to provide, and is working as a change catalyst, providing African women and girls with the tools, voice, and platforms in which they can affect change at individual, family, community, within the local, regional, national, continental levels in economic, social, and political spheres. So here I've been hearing, we're all in the same space. We've been talking about the same space. I hope you can see. Thank you. Next slide. So what is our vision? Our vision is a place where Kenya enjoys the full social, economic, political rights as enshrined in the Kenyan Constitution and in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Our mission is to foster values-led leadership with governance and that upholds all the democratic values and the full enjoyment of social, economic, and political rights as enshrined in the Kenyan Constitution. And our goal is to build the capacity of men and women, persons with disabilities, and other minority groups to claim and defend their social economic rights and ensure accountability for the delivery and protection of their respect of all human rights in Kenya. So we are talking the same language, yes? That is CRAWN Trust. So what are the areas that we work on? We work on leadership and governance, social economic empowerment, including climate action, networking and alliance building, institutional competence and sustainability, information, education, and communication. That's why we are here today, and that is our main focus. Okay, now, the digital gender divide. Women in Kenya lack fair and equal women in Kenya lack fair and equal access to the digital economy. What was the most important thing? What were we just told? First, we need access, and we are limited here. Barriers to access technology and lack of education, literacy rates, digital literacy rates, inherent biases, and social cultural norms. We are the biggest sector in Kenya that are in this space. The cost of device is also a barrier to us in terms of access. And it's getting worse and worse the more smarter and smarter the phones get. But it's also getting better and better because there are people who have understood that we need the access, so they're creating devices that we can access. Okay? Lack of access to connectivity, infrastructure. This is another big thing. It's almost like in our minds, we are very far ahead of the infrastructure that we require. And most of it cannot be done without government. And for women who are online, they receive heightened exposure to the cyberbullying. Didn't we talk about that? Cyberbullying, it's not a secure space, hate speech, and gender disinformation. So this is another area where we're not protected enough, and we are going to ask Linda to always give us more and more information on how we can protect ourselves, how organizations can protect themselves. Extreme gender poverty, it really affects us. Inequalities, lack of safety and security online, and so much more. So that's the digital gender divide that affects us the most. Next slide. Is there something with the camera? It's not sharp enough? Or is it me who's my short-sighted? Yes. So what is the digital economy? The environment which incorporates, yes, much better, all economic activities reliant on or enhanced by the use of digital inputs, including digital technologies, infrastructure, services, and data. It is the information, communication, and technology is an essential part of the digital economy. It is the infrastructure and components which enable modern computing through various technologies and tools. It drives productivity, growth, optimizes economic structures. ICT accounts for 17% of GDP in developing countries. This is a statistic from the World Bank. Next slide. So what are the kind of things that are part of the digital technology? I think you already know this. We've got cloud computing, we've got devices, we've got the internet, there's so many opportunities that make up and function with the digital economy. Next slide. So, what is a digital skill? You guys are already in this good space. You're learning digital skills. Defined as the ability to find, evaluate, use, share, and create content using digital devices such as computers and smartphones. Essential digital skills include being able to use the devices, like a computer and other mobiles and tablets, find the use of information on the internet, understand how to be safe and responsible. So while we talk about cybersecurity, cyber attacks, we also need to be responsible. It goes both ways. We don't just sit there and say it's happening to us, but some of us are actually notorious, so it goes both ways. Communicate socially and professionally using email messaging and social media. Also the etiquette of how we use these platforms, among others. Majority of today's contemporary or professional opportunities require some degree or digital skill. And you are some of the lucky people who are already starting early. Next slide. So digital skills for employment. Digital skills are required by 28.4% of Kenyan employers, and it's growing. And I think somebody said that when we're asking for jobs, the government to give us jobs, I think we need to give ourselves the jobs as we learn our skills. Women in Kenya have less overall education rates, lower education rates in enrollment disciplines that enable them to participate in the digital economy. So we know that already. Science, technology, engineering, maths, and ICT. What people refer to as STEM. I'm glad they call it STEAM because they've added arts there to make us think. So how important is ICT? These fields require an undergraduate degree where men represent 43.8%, and technical vocational education and training where women represent 34.9%. So it's a good thing we're actually pursuing the tertiary vocational education for these skills. Overall enrollment in TVET institutions grew by 10.4% from 455,000 to 2020 in 2020 to 498,000 in 2021. Total male students in TVET institution accounted for 57.2%, and total of the total environment of 284,000. In the rural areas, this is due to the social economic factors such as low digital literacy rates, teenage pregnancies, early marriages, poverty, lack of mentorship. I think what we should add there is infrastructure as well. Getting to be able to use these in your counties. Some of the infrastructure hasn't reached there. Somebody told me they are working currently in 37 counties during the tea break, and they've got to bridge that gap to the 47. So, and they need the government infrastructure. I think it's Anne who said that. Okay, we're going to skip slides because somebody has brought the minutes closer to me. So, let's go to the frameworks that are there. Let's just keep going. Okay, these are the ICT policy frameworks. Some of you know about them. The ICT policy of 2019, the digital economy blueprint, the digital master plan, the national broadband, Kenya Vision 2030, bottom-up economic transformational agenda, digital transformation strategy, UN SDGs, budget 2023-2024, and the Universal Service Fund. All these have one gap. They are not intentional, deliberate on women and girls. And this paper that we want to deliver is that we want to be intentional. We want to interrogate each and every one of these frameworks and say you haven't done enough in this area of the to bridge the gender inequality. So in the Universal Service Fund, it's the same thing. Next slide, Stephen, thank you. So that was more of the overall framework, but in Kenya, this is the ones we will discuss. The 2019 ICT policy, the digital economy blueprint, the digital master plan, the bottom-up economic transformational agenda, which is what we are working on because Kenya Kwanza is the one pushing this. This is how they came, this is what they said they wanted to happen. So we also want to interrogate it in terms of ICT, the budget 2023-24, and the Universal Service Fund. Keep going. Okay. We are not going to take you through this because we don't have time, but we are going to share the presentation. Please go through, you're going to go through. So in the ICT policy, the government is looking at mobile first, trying to make sure that you have access to all the devices that you require. They're also going to look at the markets, and they want to partner with the private sector on this. They want to make sure that skills and innovations happen. They want to support as many organizations, including people like EmpServe, to make sure that digital skills and innovations are identified, and also for public service delivery, the dreaded e-citizen, where some infrastructure cannot get there. But the beauty about this is that they are working on making sure we don't queue, we don't we get the delivery we want. It's in real time. Unless you want to go and collect your passport, then that's a different thing. But I can tell you, if you use your e-citizen properly, they can actually make sure the passport comes closer to you than you go into queue. It's just information is not being communicated to us as well as it should. Okay, then we have the blueprint. Next slide. It looks at digital government, digital business, infrastructure, innovation-driven entrepreneurship, digital skills and values. And in all this, it's what the government wants to see happen. And go back. In government, of course, we know it's service delivery. In business, we know it's data, infrastructure, and partnering with the private sector. In infrastructure, it's bridging that gap or repairing what is already there and enhancing it. In innovation, and entrepreneurship, it's also to identify markets for us, also to make sure they partner with people, to make sure that they get the funds they require to even start entrepreneurship, digital skills and values, making sure Empower, I'm giving him as an example, takes these digital skills to more counties, to more people, with the support of everybody, including the government. Okay, next. So we go to the master plan quickly. Okay, they're also into infrastructure. You can see they're all intertwined. Infrastructure, service, product and data management, skills, innovations, enterprise, and digital business. So all these frameworks, but I have 2 minutes. Oh, I have 5 minutes, thank you. So you can see they're all these frameworks have the same goals. And maybe some of them are talking at cross purposes. Some of them need to get together in one room and say, you take this, you take this, you take this, instead of having roles that are running concurrently and maybe you're all stepping over each other to deliver to us. And what happens when that happens? You don't deliver sometimes because you're all trying to do the same thing. Okay, next. Bottom up. This is very important. And I tell you why it's very important. Every government has their agenda. The current government has this agenda. And this agenda is supposed to go from the bottom up. And this agenda is supposed to be inclusive. So on this agenda, we've got to be forceful and intentional in making sure that this agenda bridges the gap. You've seen the gap. Us women are far behind in the digital economy. And this agenda needs to we need to make sure by the time their term ends, or if it never ends, they are bridging the gap. Okay, so a key part of the development of Kenya's digital superhighway and creative economy, this current government's economic strategy is to actualize initiatives that were outlined in the Vision 2030 and to promote improved livelihoods and the welfare of Kenyans, which means they've taken the Vision 2030 and they've put a rocket into it and they're going to fly. So we need to make sure they do that. The ICT is a key enabler in driver of the country's economic and social political development. This sector is intended to support BITA as an enabler of infrastructure to intensify national connectivity through road, rail, port, energy, and fiber optic infrastructure to create an enabling environment. Next. Now, they need money, isn't it, to do this? So the budget and the universal fund are key. And they have hinted that when we listen to the budgets this year and what happened last year, they've pledged to support this sector with 15.1 trillion Kenya shillings. They've pledged to the energy infrastructure sectors as its second largest expenditure at 16%. The pursuit of the vision to leverage digital technologies, and they want to marry it with the digital transformation strategy, and they're committed to several investments and partnerships with the private sector. So these are things we need to hold to them, and this is part of their better agenda. The Universal Fund. The Universal Fund is administered by CAK. I'm with you, I'm nearly done. this is a very interesting fund because CAK is one of the lucky parastatals that earns their money from licenses, from the mobile sector, from the broadcast sector, from the security sector. So they do have quite a bit of a fund. And what they need to do with this fund is to administer it to creating a universal structure, to making sure these services get there. Not only with the fund, but also pushing the providers to enhance their infrastructure. So it's not only them to fund the infrastructure, it's for them to push and influence whoever's giving us infrastructure to make sure every county has access. Otherwise, our digital economy, we will not be able to bridge this gap. They're supposed to support the ICT services. They're supposed to source for funds, include from wherever they can. Forget just getting it from licenses. They need to also source funds from donors, from government, from all their partners. And they intend to finance national projects that have significant impact on the availability of accessibility. So accessibility is their key agenda of ICT in rural, remote, and poor urban areas. The Universal Fund has several projects which target the access gap, such as servicing unserved and underserved communities. What's the difference between unserved and underserved? I only have a minute. Okay. Did you hear that? So unserved, I've never been served, and underserved, so it's like you guys end up going to get a job without your skills being enhanced further. So they need to identify these people and make sure they have access to it. Next, so the opportunities to facilitate these frameworks, let's go. So what do they have in common? And we've said what they've had in common. They're all talking at cross purposes. So they have the instruments, all citizens of Kenya, which do not address the challenges of women and girls. None of the policy frameworks or budgets highlight women and girls in their own unique way, so it's not intentional. Women and girls are always paired with youth and old people. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you are youth or old or a person with disability. You're a woman and a girl, so it shouldn't matter. And other marginalized groups that are underserved as well. Imagine an underserved group of men and women are put in this category. It does not discuss tangible ways to make improvements, e.g. capacity building, mention which capacities and how to build. Women and girls are not addressed when referencing unserved and underserved communities. Okay, I'm nearly there. So why gender inclusivity is important to the economy? Women represent over half of the Kenyans in the population. Digital gender divide prevents Kenya from participating in the digital economy and taking advantage of new technologies. Including women in digital economy will contribute to gender equality and economic empowerment and bridge the gap. 84% of Kenyans cited that digital and services make their lives better. It is essential to achieve the ambitions as outlined in the ICT frameworks within Kenya national and international obligations, including the UN 2030 agenda, including the SDGs. Next slide. I will let you read this because I have 0 minutes. Yes, Steve? Next. So what needs to be done? We need to fund literacy programs for women and girls. We need to encourage women and girls to pursue iSTEAM. We need to fund literacy programs. We need to strengthen legal frameworks. We need to provide necessary support. We need access to computer equipment phones that are cheaper, easier to get to, and an infrastructure that makes us able to get there. We need educational campaigns to inform broader audiences of the importance of ICT and reduce the stigma when you can't use it. Some of us are ashamed we don't know how to use these devices, especially those of us that are older. And some of us are bold enough to ask you to help us. Nini, tunafanya aje hapa? You know, things like that. So that stigma, we need to get rid of it. We should produce research. Data is very important because it helps us know where the gaps are. And all these frameworks that are talking the same language can use this data to make sure that each framework, where they're strong, they use that data. And all national surveys should include specific questions about women and girls to determine gaps and challenges and to avoid data blind bias. So no assumptions. We need to use fact. Haven't we been talking about facts? Yes. Right. So what is our value proposition? Policy report with the recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary of Information and Communication and Technology. That is our biggest agenda. We are going to take a much more detailed paper based on the facts that we have to the ministry and make sure that we now start the journey. Advocate for gender inclusivity in the digital transformation. CRAWN is concerned about the digital gender divide because we are unsure of who else is pushing this agenda forward. We're not sure. We've not heard enough of it. Maybe it's starting, but we also want to be at the forefront of it. So we end my presentation. I hope I was not too fast. I hope you could hear me clearly. I hope you understood what I said. Thanks to Rai and Steve for putting this together. Stephen here is our resource and mobilization partner. And Rai, who's not here, is our head researcher. Thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry I didn't have much time to tell you more.
Guess what? We do not clap. We hold on, guys.
Why?
It's a fantastic presentation. A lot within 20 minutes, isn't it? That's it. So here's what. She qualifies for the 5th stage of that clap, isn't it? That's it. All right, here we go. 1, 1, 2. We start like that, isn't it? Good. Let's do this. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Ooh, thank you very much. Here's the thing. It's going to be a swift jump into the next segment that we're going to get to in this particular session. So my floor managers, I think you're quite briefed. So once I call the names of the participants of the next segment, you will swiftly help them get up to the stage with their respective chairs. Guess what? Even the next segment is only just but 25 minutes. So speakers, be advised, you hit out. You hit out. All right? Good. So here's what shows up there. The first comment. How is that mind that is going to make supper tonight cook a mathematical expression? How is that hair going to allow her see the board? How is that dress going to balance on that dais? Second comment from the head of engineering. Please, Simon, and I'm quoting a man here, get ready. We might not see the light of the day. I stopped there because then something happened, and we'll know it before we walk out of here. Remember, we started with they stopped calling them women doctors, women engineers. The start to the end of the titles. Good. Now, we have a panel session, and it's going to be as participative as it can be. And now, I want to call the first participant on the stage. She takes this particular position. I want to call Anna Nderitu, Digital Opportunity Trust. Please make your way to the stage at this particular time. Floor managers, please help her get her chair right here. So time starts counting. Immediately, we sit down. Good. Thank you very much. Also, joining her on this particular set, we do have Stephen Nderitu. Stephen Itiakorit. Wow, thank you very much. Who is from the CRAWN Trust. Please help him and his share onto this particular stage right here. Also joining them, on the stage is Paris Kiguru, EmpServe Kenya. Paris, please make your way to the stage. Good. Joining Paris, Stephen, and Nderitu is Joyce Chemutai, Ministry of ICT and the Digital Economy. We do have the government in the building. So all those questions about what opportunities are there, what they're doing, she is essentially going to respond to all of them as we wait for her to take her position just right next to me, right here. Finally then, we do have the final participant on our set today. Good. I'm also requesting to have this taken out and also my seat put next to me because our time essentially begins when I sit down. Good. I'll sit right there at the back. Floor manager can get me one of the seats so that I could be part and part of this parcel. Good. So we're going to go through a couple of conversations and they're going to be as interactive as they can. And our time, ladies and gentlemen, begins just about right now. Please let me have the microphones also served to the participants of this particular panel so that we can make it as swift as we can. Thank you very much. And we start like this. Your introductions have been done. And for the sake of all those other organizations that have been introduced, I'm going to skip those particular introductions and what you serve as an organization. So at this particular point then, we haven't seen DOT introduced. You have a couple of seconds then to introduce to us Digital Opportunity Trust. And take over.
Those who don't know how to use the tech and ask for help. Anne, representing Digital Opportunity Trust. We are a Canadian-based organization working across various countries in Africa and the Middle East, and we have some presence in the UK. We pride ourselves working with the youth, empowering the youth in the digital space, digital innovation, social entrepreneurship, and probably a time to shine. We were part of the amazing work that is being done today many years ago when the brainchild of Empower and Serve came together from brilliant young men and women. They are looking at me and smiling. Were some of our participants, just like they have participants today, and they took part in an impactathon and they won through this impactathon, and that is how Empower and Serve was born. And we are proud of them, and that is the work that DOT does. We work with the young people through innovation, social entrepreneurship, and we give the young people who are now approaching the not so young people bracket, like they said, to fly and to also impact other young people.
Pretty much, Anne. Thank you very much for that particular introduction. Let's jump into the conversation like this. We're celebrating this particular day. We're talking about the girl child in ICT. Let's start from a ministry perspective. This gender gap that we're talking about, why does it exist in ICT?
Thank you. My name is Joyce Chemutai from the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. What I can say is that being a girl in ICT, I also embrace this day as the International Day in ICT celebration. So I also celebrate myself, having made to that point, because I can say as an individual point of view first before going to the government. I would wish to best speak about individual as compared to the government, but I also highlight what the government is doing, right? Okay, so as an individual, I know it has been a journey. It was not easy. At some point in my life, I used to be in a class whereby it's only men and you find yourself, you are the only girl. But that one happening, I did not like backtrack. I went forward and also say that I want to be one of the ICT ladies or one of the girls in this technology. As I can say, I did telecommunication engineering at some point, and in this class you find it was only men, and people used to refer you as that, okay, that girl who is in a class of only men, I don't know how she survives. But you don't underrate yourself, you move with them. So with the government, I know there are many initiatives that are happening. I know some of you have heard about the Ajira program, we are trying to ensure that the youth are empowered, as our vision is about informed and digitally empowered Kenyan society. This one, we don't leave the youth, but the women or girls behind. It is all gender. That's why sometimes when you go somewhere, you don't say ladies and gentlemen. Nowadays, it's all or distinguished guest. That one you will be safe because you will not have referred people to the gender. So what is happening there, those programs, and even the Ministry of ICT, what they're doing. Currently, we have a conference that is happening. And in this conference, we are trying to bring together the Africa, like connecting Africa. During this conference, we're also trying to discuss on the she-tech. We're also trying to discuss on the challenges that are preventing us or the girls or the women being in this space. So, and you find out that mostly the challenges comes like the one for the culture, yes, which we must work together. It's not only the ministry, not only the government, but it should be everyone to ensure that this culture thing is overcome, because it's happening. People have, you might be having that knowledge or you have that ICT in you, but you don't want to come front because you think that because of our culture, it doesn't allow women, so you shy away. But now that thing we must overcome. So as ICT, Ministry of ICT, you know, we are role with formulating policies. Yes. So this policy, at some point, you know, there's a participation, public participation. And I would wish the society or the citizen to be able to give their views when these policies are being developed, because sometimes you ask for public participation, people don't give their views, and when it's out, they say we are not included. But now for inclusivity, we ensure that everyone give their views when we are putting up the policies. So, thank you.
Joyce, thank you very much. We do know that the government is actually heavy in this. So once we come back to you, as going to be your end points on this, you'll be telling us exactly what impact the ICT hubs in the country are having in this particular conversation, and how anybody listening to you today can actually get to be a part and parcel of gaining from the ICT hubs. Paris, same question as well. Please take a minute if you can. Why this gender gap within the ICT sector?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. As you mentioned, my name is Paris and I'm representing Empower and Serve Kenya. So when we talk about the existing, and I would actually say the persisting gender gap, because this is a conversation that has been there since time immemorial. We've had the gender misrepresentation of girls, of women, when it comes to ICT, when it comes to STEM careers, when it comes to leadership. And whereas we've had some steps that have been achieved, it still continues to persist. So why is it still persisting? Number one, I would maybe point out a few pointers. For example, as much as for example, the government and the other players, we've done very well, I believe, in things like policy, but we still have a gap in maybe the implementation. If you look around, 1,000 and millions of girls, even as one of our alumni was speaking, they still don't have access to devices, for example. So I'm supposed to take up maybe a career in ICT.
That has been represented right here from CRAWN. I mean, what could be the reason as to why we're still talking about this gender gap, despite all stakeholder efforts to bridge it up?
Thank you so much, Simba, for asking me that question. I want to build on what the pre-current speakers have said.
Yes.
And I want to highlight that when we talk about digitalization or building the gender gaps, we are talking about technology. And if we are to talk about technology, what should come into our minds is literacy, reading. Are we able to read? Are women, what's the proportion of women and girls who have gone to school in Kenya? If we are talking about digital migration, if we are talking about migrating our services, it's e-citizenship into the digital side of things, how many women are knowledgeable on the use of smartphones? You know, I saw when we were invited to be part of the top 100 brands loved by Kenyans, it was so surprising to know that more than 62% of women in Kenya own smartphones. But do you know what women use smartphones for? For messaging. In 2024, all the women here, if I ask all of you who have smartphones to raise your hands, how many of you are using those phones for learning? How many of you are using those phones for marketing? How many of you are using those phones for learning how to do makeup, for learning how to create apps, for learning how to do digital marketing? We use smartphones for playing. We use TikTok for dancing, and for lack of a better word, for twerking. I mean, why should we use digital technology for that? So we have a culture issue. Why? Because at the moment, we are still looking at the digital economy for entertainment, not for learning.
And same as well, I'm going to give you a minute so that we start getting into the specifics of this conversation. That gender gap, why is it existing despite stakeholder efforts like DOT?
Thank you. I will answer this question by what you started by saying in the morning, providing facts. And so I will quote the March 2023 ITU Facts and Figures report that was given. And they described it very well and said the world is divided into two digital divides, the digital and the non-digital. So what is happening? The digital is being given more more effort is being given to the digital space or the digital world that is already connected and trying to empower the already empowered, or increasing the empowerment rates of those who already have access. But then the non-digital, who mostly come from the least developed countries, are left to their own devices. And they are saying, the ITU report says, that it will take too long for the world to be able to narrow the digital divide for those coming from the least developed countries. The only hope that we do have from this is that most of the population from the least developed countries is of the age of 20 and below. But these are also young people who are very vibrant and very, they take the opportunities, taking the bull by its horns, and they are delving into the internet and they are delving into getting the digital devices and trying to learn from the internet and all. So that is the only hope that we do have in bridging this divide.
Pretty much. Joyce, coming to you now for the specifics. I mean, when you look at STEM, you find that majority of women are taking junior positions in these areas that will then put them at leadership positions when it comes to jobs as well. Why are they taking junior positions? Take a minute.
Thank you for the question. One thing I can say is that as women, you find yourself, you have other roles as compared to the job that you've been given, which might be senior. So some people, most of the people, you find they tend to go for the junior because, for example, you have a family, you would want you don't want to be burdened with other duties because back home you have a lot of duties. So you might find it's because of the family. And to be able to overcome that, maybe I can speak the government or even the private sector, they should come up with flexible work schedules so that these people should not shy away from taking up the higher positions as compared to the junior position, because when you are at the junior level, you're not born to be at the decision-making table. Yeah.
Pretty much. Paris, same question to you as well. Please take 45 seconds if you can on that particular one. I mean, you deal with them all the time. You talk to them. And when you do a statistic, let me help you with that. Girls, raise up your hands if you did all sciences in primary school. Naza? Sciences, biology. Oh, is that? No, just primary school. I'm talking about primary school. Please, we're building up a case. Raise up your hands. Good. Now, how many of you did sciences when you're in high school? That's it? Every other person, isn't it? Then how is it that without progression, some of them are not given an option to drop a science? You find that the representation in these STEM areas when it comes to jobs and companies that are into STEM, they are not well represented. Nobody tells any other girl not to pick a science before they go to university. 45 seconds.
Thank you, Simba, for that. I think amongst many other reasons, one of that maybe contributes to that, it's the lack of role models, for example. You know, right from the way our homes are modeled, as women and as girls, they grow up looking at their mothers, listening to being guided or being led by the fathers or by the males. So, and when they grow up and they pick the sciences, or for example, they take the sciences maybe in school, at some point now when they are looking at what career do I want to pursue, what do I want to be, you look around. People always go towards what they are familiar with. So if I look around and maybe my mother is a tailor, no offense, my auntie, my neighbor, and I can't see a doctor, I can't see an engineer, I can't see. So I have no one that I can look up to. I'm getting into a non-familiar territory. I'm getting into a place where I have maybe zero guidance. The people around me at home are also not supporting that. My peers, my networks, the relations, the people around me, including maybe even the male figures still in my life. So with that, you find yourself as a girl, they now become inclined towards what they are familiar with. So I think it's also a call, even as we have these conversations, that those of us who are in STEM, can we also try as much as possible to be present role models to girls who are in school? How do you have those people, those girls that you're mentoring into taking up, these spaces? As we talk, can we also try to be actual role models, mentor these young girls that they can actually, have a hand or have someone that they can talk to, someone who can give them the confidence they need to actually pursue these career choices?
Pretty much. Stephen, just turn it up a bit, because these numbers and figures we're talking about are a reality. I mean, when you Google, when you read all the reports, even the reports that have been presented by CRAWN here today, they're all telling us what we already know. That there's no proper stakeholder approach to this particular issue. So we have an issue here, but how we approach it is what the problem is. We're talking about mentorship. That's on a basic level. That's on a basic level, Stephen. I mean, let's be realistic on this subject. It's on a basic level, because even we're talking about mentorship, it means that somebody has to understand that once these girls go to school, they graduate and go to university and second level education, they need somebody to work with them. Yeah. So what we need to start doing now, Stephen, so that we say we are changing the leadership gender gap when it comes to ICT. Don't tell us about this motivation that we know the UN is doing that. What can we do today so that once I walk out of that building today, they will listen to you and they will know that once we walk out today, this is what we need to start doing?
Thank you so much for that question.
Stephen, you have a minute.
One, we need to address the systematic barriers when it comes to our culture in education. We see STEM as a tough course. We see mathematics, physics, as a tough course. We see it as a course for men, not for women. So we need to address the systematic culture, because as we speak right now, women are not motivated to do the STEM courses. So we need to build in education and skills and make sure that we improve access, the real access, not the propaganda access, addressing the access in terms of infrastructure. We need training programs that train women on critical thinking, on leadership, on problem solving, because that's what ICT is about. It's about critical thinking. If I'm to fix a hunger issue, I need to think, what is there in the market? How can I fix that? We need to do more policy implementation, equal opportunity for women. We still have barrier and biases when it comes to jobs. If you apply right now for a managerial job and you're a woman, probably the employer will be biased if you show up as a woman. So we need to give priority to policing in terms of equal opportunity, in terms of non-discrimination if you're a person with disability or if you're a young person. Right now, if you apply for a CEO job and you're a youth, I don't think you'll get it because they will say, what experience do you have? So we need to start those conversations. The other bit is that we need to address the issue of diverse representation in terms of boards. In EmpServe board, how many women are there? How many youth are there? How many persons in disability? In committees of government, all committees, in administrative committees, how many women there? How many youth there? How many persons and disabilities? Allow me say in government bodies, AGPO, all these structures, how many women are there, so that we address diversity. The other issue is that platforms and spaces. We do this as CRAWN Trust. We have the Women Economic Forum every year where we bring women entrepreneurs to talk about what they are doing, platforms for visibility. The other bit is that fair labor practices, spaces for women to breastfeed. I think we should start discussions around giving women a day if they are on their menses to rest, so that women are encouraged to work.
Pretty much. And you have 45, you have a minute actually on this particular as well. You're right within the conversation. You're telling these women where the opportunity is, and you have success stories in these opportunities. How can we promote them to leadership opportunities as opposed to ICT opportunities? We're all in agreement that we're making strides when it comes to ICT opportunities, but what about leadership opportunities? What can we do? You have a minute on.
You got me in the moment of celebrating what Steve said. That's a very hard but interesting question. I will use the approach that we use at DOT. At DOT, we do have lots of young people taking leadership opportunities through boards. An example is one that I had that is called the Global Youth Leadership Advisory Board. This is made up of young people from different countries. We have 10 of them this year. And these young people come together, sit, discuss issues, talk to young people within their communities and their countries, determine what challenges that the young people go through, and then they collate the feedback. And then once quarterly, they sit with the DOT board of directors, that is the highest level of decision makers in DOT, and they present these findings and this feedback to them. So what we encourage through this is the youth voices are represented, the youth voices are heard, and when they bring this feedback, they also contribute to the decision making that is done within the DOT organization. The other board that we do have is the Impact Makers Advisory Board. We appreciate that we do a lot of training in entrepreneurship and in the digital space, but the people that we do train to some extent do not have access to the financial resources, you know. And so the Impact Makers Advisory Board connect with other stakeholders within the donor fund and the angel investors and all in that space to provide funding and resources to our young people. So that is one of the ways that we encourage our young people to be part of the decision making and to take lead by representing the youth voices.
Yes.
The other thing, and I'll speak this from a coaching perspective, I am a certified coach and I have had a chance to work with numerous number of young people.
Yes.
And young people are driven, young people are vibrant, young people are fearless, you know, and they want to lead with a lot of energy. And sometimes I actually, in some of my conversation with the young people, I actually take a step back and just see them shine, you know. And at some point, I wish that I could have that platform to just let them go and shine, because whatever is coming out of them is really encouraging and very powerful. So just giving the young people that chance to step up and do the things that they want to do for themselves. And the Gen Zs, they are very good at that. They are leading even before you tell them, no, you wait for protocol. They're already flying with their ideas and, just going. Then finally, an approach again that we use at DOT is the peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer youth model is, we had very interesting young people speak about their stories here, the sharing that was being done. These are the real leaders we have in the community. As opposed to a young person coming to me to get direction and for me to guide them, they can easily connect with a peer. And this peer who has already been empowered is the greatest influence that this other young person can have in their life, and they can follow them. So if you have the connecting bits and pieces where you bring young people together for them to encourage each other and empower each other, it goes a long way. And finally, we also use the co-design model. Co-design to mean when we come to a community, say Pangani, I'm using an example, we will have the program designed together with the user in mind. Not in mind, with the user. Okay? We sit together and we say, what challenges are you experiencing?
Yes.
What solutions would you want to see, and how would you want this solution to be channeled, And we create that program together with you so that we don't just come from a helicopter perspective and just land with solutions that we think will work for you, but rather it is you coming up with those solutions in that co-design process.
Pretty much. Good. Joyce, some question to you now. Ladies, listen, is the government speaking now on this particular issue? Whatever she says might be a fact. Here's the thing. Government is heavily on ICT. And we hear the president say every time that we want to develop ICT hubs in each county in the country that's going to be geared towards digital literacy. Would you speak from within outside? Is that an opportunity for any other lady who's listening to you that they can go grab now, and how easy it is for you to use this government ICT hubs? Joyce.
Thank you for the question. As you know, in Ministry of ICT or in Ministry of Information and Communication, we have different institutions. For example, we have the ICT Authority, we have the CONSA. So I've mentioned those two because they are the ones who are majorly driving the project, that is for the digital hubs. So that one, it is open to everyone. It is not only youth, it's not only, so you go to that hub, it's free to everyone. It is not only meant for specific people. It is for that community. If it is in, for example, Bungoma, that is the people who are there, they are free to use that place. And the advantage is that because when you go to that place, the infrastructure is already set up. So you don't have to look for resources to be able to access the internet. In the morning, we are talking about access. So when you go to this digital hub, you are able to access, there is free access to the internet, and you already have the equipment there. There are the computers. So it is not only meant for specific group. And ICT Authority also, they are also doing the infrastructure to ensure that internet is available in those places. So through the ministry and through the bodies, the CONSA, the ICT Authority, not mentioning other institutions, we are driving that project, and we know with the uptake of the communities which are there and the will of the community, that one, it is going to be achieved. And more so, what I can say is that maybe the challenge is awareness. So sometimes you find the people are not aware of the facilities which are available or what the government is doing. So that is where the challenge comes in, because you might be having that a few people are aware, but they are not informing their colleagues, so, or their friends, or the rest of the community. So I can say sometimes the challenge is awareness. Some people are not aware that such things are happening. And in addition, the ICT Authority, there is a platform for the digital literacy. So it is open to everyone. You just log into the website. There are free digital skills which you can learn. For even the cybersecurity, there is the data analytics. So the basics, you can start from there, because if you don't have the basic or the background, that you will not be able to achieve the advance. So you start from the basic, and that the government has done that through the Ministry of ICT, through the ICT Authority website. So if you visit the ICT Authority website, you will be able to find the digital literacy. It's called the smartacademy.go.ke, and that one you will be able to find those digital skills. For the CONSA, it's consa.go.ke. So you will be able to find those details. Yeah.
Pretty much. Hopefully you're taking notes on exactly where to go on this particular ones. Guess what? We're into the first 5 minutes of our question and answer session right now. I'm going to throw it back to the audience. Please, floor managers, if you can, then please pass the mics. And what we're going to do then is essentially give you 5 minutes to ask those questions. All the panelists here are going to take them down and then respond to them in unison. I can see the first question. That's it.
From home. That is something we must push to the end of the universe. It must become normal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. And we're going to continue with the question section. We still have 10 minutes left, so 5 minutes for this one and 5 minutes for our panelists to answer these particular questions. Ladies, it's your opportunity, it's your day, so those questions might come. The Minister of ICT is right here, so you gotta ask those questions specifically. Good, thank you very much. Please ask your question.
My name is Gladys. My concern is whether the digital platforms you're talking about, I haven't looked at them, I haven't had an opportunity to look at them. But I'm just wondering whether they are accessible to persons with disabilities, especially people with visual disability, or the people who are deaf, and people who have intellectual disabilities, so that they are not left out. So I just wanted to know whether it's accessible for them,
yes,
and also whether the other platforms that are available from other organizations that are represented there, whether whatever is there on their websites, is it accessible to the same group of people?
Pretty much. That's a question that goes to every other panelist on the set, but most importantly, Joyce as well. Yes, I can see a second question. Please pass over the microphone. On to your left. Yes, right there. Right there. Thank you very much. Right. My left. All right.
Thank you. So something that was mentioned is that one of the biggest hindrance as to why women are not participating in the ICT or other leadership in ICT, it's because of the, let me call it unpaid care work at home, and they fear balancing the two, that if I take a leadership role, then I may not be able to fulfill my role as a woman in the house. So to the panelists, how do we maneuver as we wait for the policies or rather the changes in the legal frameworks, as we wait for that? How could we encourage the young girls and women at home to try as much as possible to strike the balance as we wait for the legal?
Pretty much. Final question, please, because we only have 5 minutes to get into the response section. We don't want to lock anybody out. Any other question from the audience? Thank you very much. I can see 2, so we're going to take 2, and that will be that.
My question is, my name is Elizabeth. So the platforms, we've been told a lot about networking and how important it is in ICT and developing yourself. So what are the platforms that we can get the networking events and jobs that are posted each year or frequently, so that we can be on toes when they come up?
Final question, please pass the microphone. Thank you very much.
Mine is not a question per se, but more of a comment. One, Anne talked about mentoring and coaching. So I think that would be an avenue for the girls here to pursue. Mentoring is when you're looking for the expert. Coaching could be anybody who can coach you. So you can approach even anybody in this room to assist you, so long as they're qualified in coaching. One question that came up in many discussions here was about women in leadership. And from my background, women are really being pushed into leadership positions. The last organizations I have worked in a management team, I think we were 6. And in that management team, 2 were men, 4 were women. Previously, that was in a pharmaceutical company. Before that, I was in a manufacturing sector. And even in that manufacturing sector, I think the ratio was the same. I think it was 3 to 7. So women are actually in those positions. So do not sit back and think that they're not there. They are there. Just go for it. You'll be given. And there's also a lot of affirmative action in that area when it comes to recruitment. A lot of companies are looking for women to fill these spaces in management levels. Finally, I just think that the women here should just take up your position. These seats are there on the table. Please go for it.
Pretty much. Good. As you can see, our timekeeper has got 5 minutes up. As the only time that we have then to present, just let them go through this round of responses, and then we have that time. We'll be coming back for you. You see how call-outs are really good? It's what you've been told here. When you're told to say something as a lady, stand up, say it. All right? Thank you very much. Good. Hopefully you save time for her. Good. All right. We're going to start. The first question is to all of you now. It's essentially on balance. I'm going to come back to you on whether the programs that are open within the Ministry of ICT, the ones you've mentioned, also take care of people who are infirm with any impairment on their bodies. And I would like to start with you. Balance. How do you achieve it?
I am guilty as charged. And when Beatrice asked that question, perhaps when I was training her, when she was really little, I was probably struggling with how to balance my family and how to still be in the workplace and still grow in my career and all that. But something that has happened for me that has been really helpful is having a supportive system. Supportive husband, supportive family, supportive community, you know. And I think in Kenya we are very lucky because we do get the helps. We do have the house managers, as we call them. And they come in and take off a bit of our, you know, the tasks that we need to run every other day. Because sometimes my job would call me to travel. How would I travel? Leaving a 2-year-old with their father who does not know how to change diapers. So that when the helps are around, they also came to relieve some of that. And I always take my helps with the highest honor, you know, and appreciate them because they are also women. I'm also creating an employment opportunity for a woman to also feed her family. So that is one. The other one is to have supportive bosses and leadership in the organizations, because if you do not have a supportive boss in the organization, your goose is cooked. Let me finish there.
Pretty much. Guess what, Stephen? Are you sure you want to take that question? Is it about balance?
Yes.
Is it?
I think
ladies, how many people want to hear from Stephen on that response? Okay, then majority wins it.
I think
Stephen,
I should speak on this
seconds
question
yes.
because when men speak, then the world is listening.
That's it.
If we are to empower if we are to empower women, we need to front men to speak for women. Seriously.
Now in Mexico, correct,
seriously,
isn't it? Guys, temperature
because if we don't let men speak for women, when women speak, men will be in their default setting. I told this to Linda when we were in a tea break. So one, we need to attend gender classes with our, for example, if you are a married partner, do gender classes with your partner. You know why? Because the gender class will help them redefine gender roles. Because we need, for us to attend to care economy, there are 4 things that need to happen. 1, we need to reduce care economy, care work, cooking. We need to reduce that on women. As your woman is cooking, Simba, you should be chopping onion somewhere.
You should be washing. You should be washing some plate.
That's it.
You should be helping her serve cold water to your guests. Other than waiting, in my community, the woman does everything. She has to cook food. She has to come to bring food to the table. She has to kneel down to pray for her food. She has to pour water for the man to wash hands. I mean, we can redistribute this. So we need to reduce care economy. We need to redistribute care economy. We need to recognize care economy, and then we need to remunerate, to pay care economy.
Pretty much.
And this is the conversation women should have.
That's it. All right, Paris, 45 seconds, please. The balance, how do they achieve it as they wait for affirmative action to take place?
Well, I feel like when the man has spoken, he's really spoken for us. And as I add on to that, I think I'll also take it to another direction a bit. As we appreciate the care economy, we must also appreciate and be honest with the demands that it comes with it. So one of the other ways that as women we can really be able to navigate is also take advantage of the gig economy, because it allows flexibility. So for example, today, the technology, ICT, has really opened up the world. I can be able to take up a job and I'm working maybe for a US company while I'm still nursing my baby. I mean, how cool is that and how wonderful is that? And even as Empower and Serve Kenya, we are championing that through really supporting our young people in accessing gig work. Let me call it gig work, or opportunities where they can earn from home. They can earn without maybe, Gen Z has come to revolutionalize the system, the traditions, yes? So as Empower and Serve Kenya, we are committed to ensuring that we link the young people with opportunities that are not just traditional opportunities. Can you be able to work without maybe necessarily come to the office? Yes. As Empower and Serve, we are here to actually bridge that gap, help you to, yes, shine in your care work as you also earn. Because as a woman, for you to be fully empowered, you also need to have money that is yours, You need to channel and earn for yourself. That I, as Paris, maybe I can say, I did this gig work, I have earned, and it even makes it easy for me to be able now to afford a helper, Yes, so those are some of the strides that we can make.
Good. Joyce. 45 seconds, clear on the balance issue.
Okay, let me add something to what my panelists have said. Yes. I agree with them 100%. And to add on, for example, the technology, sometimes working from home becomes a challenge if you don't have the tools. For example, you don't have internet at home, you don't have a computer, so it becomes a challenge. So how are we going to overcome that? The second one now, when it comes to balancing when you're at work, I can say that some companies in Kenya, especially the private sectors, they have embraced this, ensure that you have a place at work whereby if you are a mother who is breastfeeding, you have a lactation room where you go and do that. And some other international companies, they have secluded a room whereby as a mother, if you don't have a caregiver at home, you bring your child there, and then you are given some few minutes break, you go and check, and then you can continue with your work very well. So that one now, it can encourage women to be in leadership and higher position. And that one is possible. Even in government, we have seen there are many leaders, women, yes, who are in higher position. Even in ICT, yes, our previous, or the previous boss for the CEO for ICT Authority, it was a lady. I know most of you know Dr. Catherine Getao, and she's a lady. So I know we can achieve that. Thank you.
Much. We are actually on the last seconds of this particular session. So Joyce, still stay with the mic so that we can, and you have 15 seconds to answer this, whether the programs of the Ministry of ICT also take care of the infirm. The guys who are visually impaired, the guys who essentially are not able to well. Okay. 15 seconds.
Thank you for that question. When you see most of the websites nowadays, they are enable accessibility for the people with impaired. So if you can check, it has that sign. So I don't know if how many of you have visited the website and you see that one, it is gathered for.
Pretty much. I avoided to ask you on exactly how to get to the platforms. She actually addressed it on exactly how to get to this ICT hubs. Perry, some question. The program that you offer, do they also cater for the infirm in the community? Please, 15 seconds.
So as we roll out our programs, as Empower and Serve Kenya, we have a different number of programs.
That's all.
We have those that need you to come here to the hub. We have those others that use the DigiLab model. So by DigiLab model, we mean that we are using the community resources to be able to come closer to you, to be able to use the available community resources for you to, which can actually help to bridge the digital divide. So as we do a map out of the community resources, we also take into account the different needs of the beneficiaries that we seek to serve. And in that, we are able to accommodate all the different people that can be able to actually access and use some of our programs.
Pretty much. Stephen, some question as well.
For CRAWN Trust, inclusion is our key focus. We don't use hotels that don't have disability access. In all our engagements, we have sign language interpreters. For example, the Annual Women Rights Convention, the Women Economic Forum. So all our platforms and materials are disability friendly. Our resources are in Braille. You can come to office for a Braille copy if you are unable if your sight is impaired. So inclusion is key area in our focus.
Also touch on how somebody can get to your resources and some of your programs.
So for all our programs, okay, you can directly write to me as partnership@crawntrust.org for all partnership concerns, for all networking issues, but also you can go to our website, crawntrust.org. You can also go to the Women Voice and Leadership Program. It has all resources about women. There are over 1,400 women rights organizations and their resources, who is where and who is doing what on areas of women economic empowerment.
And I think if you look at the door, you can see that we are getting killed. So some question as well on exactly how to get your programs and whether they cater for the infirm. Please, take a second.
I thought I saw 100 minutes.
That's 00.
So thank you. At DOT, we are also like CRAWN Trust. We are inclusive, and we ensure all our training facilities have accessibility. We have not gone to the level of interpreting our content, but we are getting there. The other thing is we take safeguarding issues very highly, and I think we are the champions of safeguarding around here. To access us, you can get us on our website, www.dotrust.org, that is dotrust.org. We are on all social media, YouTube, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok as well. Sign up TikTok, sawa?
That's it.
Then, what else do I want to say? There's a lady who asked, Elizabeth, right? Who asked about the opportunities for networking. We do have a .youth opportunities page on our website where we post as many youth opportunities from within the country, from within the continent, and across the globe, where you can access all the opportunities for networking, events, jobs, fellowships, and all that. And they are open to as many young people as possible. So once you access, share them with your friends, and you will get an amazing opportunity there.
Thank you very much. Now we do this. Fellow panelists, please take up from your seats. Thank you very much. It's a Simpson Drifts. They've been swift in these responses. They've been quite on it. So we're going to do the same thing. They're already in the 6th category. There's a man who's going to come in for the 7th category. He's been hosting us the entire day. So we're just going to prep for that one. And you remember, it is the 1, 1, 2, okay? Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I give you your panelists. All right, let's go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Thank you very much. Floor managers, please. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Please, let's take one picture. Thank you. you very much. Floor managers, please assist them with the chairs back to their respective positions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly then coming to the end of our day here today. Guess what? Finally, before we take the last drop of drinking water right here in this particular building, it's been a learning session. But one thing is left, and I can't leave here without saying it. So she was there, proved the equation to the rest of the men in the building. And so there was deep silence in the building until the head of the engineering department said, "It's okay, let's try it." And he did try it. Spoke to the pilot, said, "At that particular speed that you're coming down, please balance to this altitude. Watch out for these specific areas on your radar. I think you'll be quite okay to land safely on the ground." So there was silence in the building. Pilot received the coordinates for the very first time in science history. A woman is making a decision for men. And slowly by slowly, T minus 20, T minus 10, T minus 5, T minus 0. With trouble, they landed. That silence in the building. So, in that building, there were women toilets, women kitchens, women restrooms, and every other thing. The head of engineering department said, from today, title for women engineer is not needed in this building. Title for a women restroom is not needed in this building. And I need over 50 interns who are going to be under her department. She's the best I've ever seen. That all of you guys today would have cost the United States government billions. Number one, in research money, and billions in investments. Read that story. I want to ask you to read the story of the woman who beat all engineers in the United States of America, and she was a black woman. I won't tell you the name because I'll take the juice out of the story. But once you start to read it, you're gonna love her. Whew. I do not know what to say next. It's been a learning session for me as well. The only thing that I got is to hand over this particular microphone to the man who is the reason as to why we're here today. He's spoken in place of somebody today, but he's here now to essentially cap the day and kick us out of his building. Apparently, he's saying this thing should stop running already. Remember, we're supposed to be here by 2. Guess what? We step out now. He's going to tell us exactly where to go next after this, whether he wants to offer us lunch or whether he wants to get us a chopper to fly out here, whether he wants to get us a boat to, go back home because it's raining outside here. It's up to him. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Martin, the man himself. Martin, karibu sana.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Simba. Thank you, our panelists. Thank you, everyone. Has it been an amazing day? Yeah. I'm actually being told that we needed to pick more feedback from participants, but what we're saying, we will send out a quick survey to include in the report that we'll be sharing with all the partners to make sure that we capture their sentiments, their aspirations, their desires, then their feedback, and what we need to do in the next few days. So I'm standing here, very few minutes. I know now I'm standing between you and the lunch that I believe is already served. But I just want us to do 2 quick things. First, great appreciations. Look at your neighbor, look at the person seated to you, appreciate them, and actually celebrate them this International Day of Girls in ICT. Yes, I know some people have not even said hi since morning. I think that's... So for the ones that are online, you can also say hello. You can drop us a chat. Thank you so much. So you have already done part of my work, which is actually appreciating everybody. All right? Asante sana. So then, the next a call for action. We have already had the conversation. We don't want to, I don't actually want to add anything to the conversation. But I want to ask us significant questions that will build up to the next activities that we will have as a partnership. Every organization represented here today. We ask ourselves a question. We have all agreed that the digital gender divide, when it comes to connectivity, when it comes to usage, when it comes to access, when it comes to safety and leadership, we have a gap. Now, what do we do in the next 1 year before we celebrate this particular day again? I want us to make a commitment. CRAWN Trust, Kenya, the government of Kenya has facilities for us in every area across the country. How can we promise to make our girls use those facilities? And next year, Joyce is coming. We will not fit, I'm telling you for sure, we will not fit in this room. We want to have 1,000 young women who we have supported to access digital skills for 1 year. Can we make that commitment? In that way, we will have a reason to celebrate the International Day of Girls in ICT in 2025. Because, as we have said, we have to move the conversation from bottom up. Again, as our government has emphasized, we say we don't talk about the only category that is already accessing ICT. The small category that is already accessing has the skills. Think about the big percentage that is left out. Then, if we are able to convert 1 to 1,000, then we will have a delight to celebrate 1,000 people converted from digital illiteracy to digital literacy. What does that mean? It means 1,000 households. What is the average household size in Kenya? Currently, around 5.5 to 6 people. So those are 6,000 individuals having been impacted with digital skills, digital literacy, and digital livelihoods. How many households? When a household is impacted, talk about the overall impact that these young people will have in their communities. So today, as we celebrate, we have a great reason to celebrate what the government is doing, the private sector, the civil society, what we are doing in this space. But then we join hands with the policymakers, we join hands with the key people, the participants in this room, the women in this room, that we bridge this gap intentionally. We are there as Empower and Serve Kenya. We are there as other organizations that we are bridging the gap within the skills development. And I wanted to share this as our last aspiration. One of the big challenges that we have experienced in the years, especially when we are running this program for women, is the fact that accessing even the facilities that we have at the county level and at the constituency level, even where we have DigiLab facilities, the women are disadvantaged, both socially, physically. Then what do you do in this situation? Think about a community in Narok. Think about a community in Kajiado. Think about a community in Turkana. Start thinking of the number of lessons they need to attend to be able to get literacy level, not only to open a phone and send a message, but get literacy level that they can actually work and earn a living. The government is having the Jitume program, where the president is saying that ufinye computer, itoke nini na dollar. The question is, are our young women having the capability to extract the dollar? Okay? And this is exactly where the rubber meets the road. Because it's not about sending a message on WhatsApp. It's not about uploading a video on TikTok. Then we say you are digital literacy. We are talking about, can the skills make you earn? That's why even in EmpServe here at this hub, we have started a program we call Skills to Earn. The skills we have, we must earn a living so that we become an empowered woman. And that is exactly the conversation we'll be moving forward. So in our commitment, in our contribution to this partnership, we would like to have more young people, not just being literate, but being upskilled to a point of earning from the skills that they have gathered. Thank you so much, everyone, for gracing this day. Thank you, everyone, for whoever is online. We totally appreciate that we are now farming up. We talk and we walk. And I think that is the conversation, because we want to talk, yes, and again, we also want to do what? We want to walk, and we want to walk together as a group. So thank you so much to, I know I'll be welcoming Ruth. I don't know whether she's around, who was supposed to give us the logistics. But from my end, from our partnership, the CRAWN Trust, W4, and every other partner that we worked out to bring this conversation live, we totally appreciate everyone who has set aside the time to be here physically, and also to pass out the message to the greater conversation, to the greater congregation. We totally appreciate. And to say, this is a beginning. This is a beginning of a conversation. This is also a beginning of a program that will transform as many more young women and youth in general in the year to come. And thank you so much. I am looking for the person who will be doing the logistics. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. We totally appreciate you. And everyone who is online, thank you for joining us. We will be having these conversations and walking the talk in the coming days. Asanteni sana, and may God bless you. I welcome Ruth to do the logistics, and we should be good to close. I know the photographer will also be doing a bit of logistical actions, and thank you so much. Ruth, over to you. Thank you.
All right.